the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised. We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. For these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. I rule my dominion. I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican. Back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey y'all, hey y'all. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is December 7th. We have a great show planned for you. We are on episode 3 of a series that came out of the blue, and we paused our other series, and we'll get back to that shortly. Blue Blood is Black Blood, the original Nobility. This is the 3rd episode. And the purpose of this particular series is to go into additional information that was put together by a gentleman, Codfried, you know, about Black Europeans, okay, and how the history has been hidden, okay. So we are going to finish up our series probably maybe in January. Yeah, I was trying to get off of here, but we are going to get back to that because I do have a couple other things I want to go over on the codes and symbols, universal codes and symbols series, some important information. I want to wrap up on that series. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I know I'm kind of discombobulated, child. Been one of those days, fam. So just real quick, giving a shout out to the YouTube family. Let's start with the YouTube chat family. So shout out to B, shout out to Helene, shout out to Mother Queen Ottawa, and shout out to Son Scotty, and then shout out to the YouTube family listening. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring on Sis Sandra. And let me hit recording because I'll be the main one with a little attitude.
Recording in progress.
Child. And I think I turned off them commercials, y'all. I don't like that. I mean, I know what they're trying to do to give the content creators more opportunity for revenue. I don't like it in live, so it should be turned off this week. So I'm not sure when they instituted that. But anyhow, let me bring on Sis Sandra, and then we are going to get it cracking. Okay, there she is. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you too, sis. I'm kind of crazy right now. I got in here, then all of a sudden I'm out of here, so I have to find the show again.
Oh man, child.
Yeah, I think a commercial came up. Christmas
it shouldn't
thing.
have because
it could be my problem. Okay, I just have to.
Yeah, because I know I turned it off because this you know what? No. I turned it off. Monetization off totally now. They running it on their own, and that would surprise me. Yeah, that would not surprise me with YouTube. Okay. All right, sis. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. Do you have any go ahead on with the fuckery this week?
Oh yeah, I do. They are asked in the. I'm talking about the UAE, the East,
United,
United, whatever,
Emirates, blah 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 blah. Yeah, United Arab Emirates,
and the World Health people. I think it's World Health or the World. Who or somebody, one of them who's or whatever.
Right.
Do you know they are requiring the U.S. to turn off their gas?
Child, what now?
They are suggesting that the United States turn off their gas and that they stop using fossil fuels. So this is so-called climate change, and they want the United States to pay their share. And United States, of course, is not as high as China and India in pollution, right?
Yeah, China is atrocious.
They are
and
off
India
the hook,
too.
okay?
And India too.
Yeah,
because India's it's the major cities in India, baby, they dirty. They real dirty and grimy. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Child.
No, no, no. I mean, they really are. But see, I think personally,
Mm-hmm.
it's a code, climate change.
Okay.
Okay, and
Do
I
tell more.
believe, and I believe, this is my thing, that
Mm-hmm.
it's a code for the fact that the climate is changing as far as we're concerned. We're waking up.
Oh, I see. Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
And because we're waking up, they were part of the Confederacy of Psalms 83, and they're
Mm-hmm.
trying to keep the secret, but the United States got to pay because the United States is going bankrupt, right? And so therefore they don't have all the ends that they need to keep the secrets. So with the Senate of the House not giving them the money, and I think our government's been giving them money for childbirth, just putting it under stupid labels
Mm-hmm.
instead of showing what they're actually paying for. They put it on artificial or fake labels. And so when they started in the House having to say you have to put it under a heading of where this money is going, that's why they were fighting it so much, because this is hush money. And so, and the reason I say that is because they're now requesting money, their money's up front, and Israel, they're outing them because they're not getting that money from them either, because Hamas and all them guys are
Mm-hmm.
allegedly funded by certain people like Netanyahu and the United States. So they're not getting their money, and all these other countries are not getting their money. So they're starting to out the situation of who's who on Mother Earth. And there's, like you say, Israel does not Israel. They're telling it, and they're saying they're a fake regime, and they're also saying they're not who they are. They're just white folks, crackers. That's their words, not mine.
That's not nice of them. But
Well, and 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 Nazis. So
so before you go on, because I'm trying to see, because I was trying to pull information while you were talking. You're saying the UAE is saying that the US, China, and India should pay a tax, or
no, the United States needs to pay. They said the U.S. That's all they have had posted there is the U.S. should pay, and they need to turn off their gas. That's the suggestion. They had it on their conference when they had that conference.
oh
It's
okay,
called
oh okay,
it's called the COP28 at
okay.
UAE, and they just had that, and so I guess Biden didn't go to it, but that's what their end result was, is that they got to pay
Oh
their
yeah,
ends.
yeah.
Yeah,
COP 28.
UA. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me see. Let me see if they raggedy. Oh, it was in Dubai.
Yeah,
Oh, that just jumped off yesterday then. So
yeah.
now, but what is they this I'm on Reuters, and the headline here is saying COP 28, will there be an agreement to phase out fossil fuel?
Exactly.
But I'm trying to see where the UAE. Okay, so according to this, it's saying that Saudi now is saying that they not finna do a doggone thing. It says Saudi Arabia's energy minister told Bloomberg TV on Tuesday that his country would absolutely not agree to a deal that calls for a phase down.
Yep.
Okay. So is that what you're saying? They were saying they not finna do it. So
But they want the US.
turn off their gas. So in other words, don't be coming up to us talking about some doggone oil. US, you turn off your gas. Is that what they're saying?
I don't know if they. I think it's the persons who was, it was a white guy who was narrator of it.
Let's read it right quick. Hold on a sec. Do, 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 do.
You know, and that's the EV. You know, the cars they trying to phase in for everybody to get one of them stupid electric cars.
And it's not gonna work. First of all, his brother Sean say, "Rah." First of all, it's too expensive. Okay, and this is Rhonda's opinion. They're pieces of junk. They start at like, 50 grand. And they're pieces of junk. Baby, ain't nobody fenced enough pay that. Okay, so go on with that. They've gotten better with the design. But it's not going to happen. Those electric cars, they are not selling. Now, shoot, I forgot to be nosy yesterday because I was at a dealership. And that's a good point. I was at a dealership yesterday. I didn't see too many electric cars in that inventory. Okay? So, don't nobody care what they want. The public ain't finna buy it. Now, what's going to happen, they can phase out if they want to say, manufacturers, you can't make any more gas vehicles, this, that, and the third. All it's going to do is
I think they're planning on that.
Yeah, I don't care what they plant on.
I'll be using a bicycle.
Child, let me tell you something. I need to stop bull crapping. I just don't want to have two cars again and get me an old school car without the computers and stuff and just have that on deck in case the zombie apocalypse jump off. I need to be able to get in there and run some people over. But
they're so crazy. They're so crazy. They're trying to phase out your FM radios, AM, FM radios.
Well, I mean,
because then they can't control that, you see.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Child, I'm not. Ain't nobody finna buy them electric cars.
No.
In my opinion, they're pieces of shit. I am not impressed at all. That's just my Rhonda's opinion.
I second it.
I'm not impressed. Plus, on top of that, they ain't put the infrastructure together for folks to drive across the country, whatever the case may be.
They don't have the infrastructure.
Yeah, to charge up the cars. Plus,
it takes hours.
Yeah, that's what I heard, nigga. Now you know damn well I don't like going to the gas station, fam. I know damn well I ain't finna be trying to charge no vehicle. And I know you can charge it at the crib, this, that, and the fourth. But then, you got to buy the equipment and get that put on. Yeah, you got to get that put on your house, this, that, and the third. But that still doesn't negate the fact that if you travel like driving across the country and stuff, they don't even have the infrastructure for you to charge up. So ain't nobody finna do all of that. It's a headache. It's a headache. Now, one thing about Americans, and which is interesting because over in Europe, they're not as car dependent as we are here in the U.S. Okay, we only have a couple cities here in the U.S. where you don't really need a car. Okay, we know New York City is one of them because to me,
it's walkable. Yeah.
Yeah, if you live in, and plus they have a nice transit system. Okay, New York City, if you live in Chi-Town, but in Chi-Town, if you live in the suburbs, you need a car. I can't really think of anything else. I want to say Seattle, but don't quote me on that. The point being, baby, they know that the United States, we've always been about our vehicles. You built these cities and all of these suburbs that expanded out, and especially the suburbs, you need a car. So Americans we're really, really finicky and picky about our cars. And ain't nobody got it to do to be messing with these electric vehicles. Now, I do know folks that have electric vehicles, but they also have a gas vehicle. I'm just speaking for me. I don't like them. I'm not getting it. That's just the bottom line. And it's not affordable. It's not. Now, they are starting to step up their game with design to make it look a little bit more aesthetically pleasing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sorry, I'm not impressed. So don't nobody care about that, because Biden and them are also trying to push folks not having gas stoves, phasing out gas stoves, and making that electric. Yeah, and baby, ain't nobody got none of that to do. They're really, really going to have an uphill battle with that. And here's my thing. See, what you not finna do, in the words of Judge Judy, she's so raggedy, y'all, but she funny. You're not finna piss on my leg and tell me it's rain. Girl, I hollered. She was cussing somebody out. That's the only reason why I watch her, girl, because she be, my side. And she was like, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's rain. Baby, I hollered. I said, this old lady is a mess. But what you not finna do is sit up here and try to tell me that electric cars are pro-environment. In the words of my grandma, use a bald-faced liar. They're not.
I know they are.
Because what they have to do to make those batteries, go on and play with somebody else with that.
Lithium. California is supposed to be phasing out gas cars by 35. I said, well, that's just too bad. I'll keep my car until I can. But they're going to try to stop selling gas, period. That's another thing they're trying to do as well. So we won't have gas.
Yeah, or hike up the price of gas. But child, let me tell you, we don't care. People, we don't give a shit. We're not interested. Now, if you want to release the true technology that's in harmony with the environment, those cars that run on water.
Hydrogen, yeah.
So go on and find somebody else to play with. Because what you're presenting to us and starting at $50,000 and it's a piece of shit, no, we ain't going for it. Okay?
And people who will live in cities like near the ocean, if you have water come up and wet your car, it'll ignite it.
Oh, really? The electric cars? I heard they kept them batteries catching on fire and
the salt water. The salt water catch them on fire.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they did in Florida with that last storm or hurricane they had. The cars caught on fire.
Child, if they don't go on somewhere. The Black Love, that car that run on water will absolutely end the electric car. So
they didn't kill two of those inventors already.
Yeah, supposedly and allegedly.
Yeah. I didn't say who they was.
Yeah, but still, supposedly and allegedly. But yeah, baby, ain't nobody got it to do with them. That's how I know it's a bunch of foolery, because we understand what those batteries are made of. They're very toxic. And not only is it taking them a lot to create the batteries, because they have to literally dig in Mother Earth to get the particular lithium. I think it's lithium.
Yeah, and
Then to dispose it. So help me to understand how that's environmental friendly. It's not. So
It's
can
just
you imagine if everybody in the U.S., if 90% of the people had those electric cars, how much digging in the earth would be going on, and how much disposal of those batteries would have to occur when they can no longer get any use out of those batteries? Didn't we just go over last week where in Ghana, the old
kids.
computers and the phones and all of that, they calling them burner boys? So go on and find somebody else to play with.
It's just a financial kickback. That's all it is. It's something to bring China up, because they make some kind of chip, and they somebody as Taiwan has the lithium, but then I think they found it in Arizona now, but they ain't saying too much about that now.
It's a lot of places over here. I know Nisi Poo been following it pretty closely. Don't quote me. I want to say in Nevada there's also a lithium mine, and I think you're right, in Arizona. Now remember, I want y'all to bear with me, because when we talk about the original ancient trees of the planet, those real like huge trees, even bigger than the sequoias, think about like the huge trees they showed you on Avatar, and how the trees glowed, and how when you walked on the ground, it lit up. They were telling you how the planet used to look in its organic format. And when they were walking on the ground, that was their particular energy connecting with the root system of those ancient trees. And those root systems are the crystals, and which the rubies and all of that. So that's what they're digging up, the remnants literally of the planet's veins. Okay? Because we already live, and y'all can check out the documentary. Originally it was a Russian documentary. It's called There Are No Forests. Hopefully it's still on YouTube, and shout out to the people that took the original Russian version and made sure it was translated to English. And I kept seeing it being taken down, so go check that out. If you can, it will, baby, let me tell you something. It'll really do something to you. So my point being,
like that.
We're already living in a wasteland. This planet has gone through many, many, many iterations. Okay? As, we as organic souls, as well as we incarnate back into this experience, has gone through the same thing as well. Okay? Now, in Rhonda's opinion, this is just Rhonda's opinion, when those ancient trees came down, that changed the entire ecosystem of this particular realm. It made it a lot more denser. Okay? This particular experience is the densest experience out there.
3D.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. and it's the hardest. Now, there is one below this particular 3D, and that's like total chaos. And some even call that the underworld. All right. So
Gates of Amenity.
yeah, you can say that. But point being, we're already at the lowest level in this particular experience / simulation. Okay. And that's just another sign also, in my opinion, why we know this particular simulation experience is coming to an end. Because when you are literally trying to terraform the remnants of an already wasteland, come on, y'all, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a wrap, all right? And that's what makes this particular 3D experience so difficult. It's because of the density. It's so dense that your consciousness have to get through all of the density to raise your frequency. And once you raise your frequency to a certain level, you can start to see beyond the density, and you can start to see stuff for what it really is, and specifically see how this is truly a simulation. Okay. And how everything is an illusion. Okay. So
It's
I'm
gonna
sorry.
get worse.
I'm sorry, y'all. It's not gonna get worse. We're at the end.
I mean, with the illusions.
No, it's not gonna get worse. We've already come to the end of the illusions. It's a done deal. At this point, the worstness. I know that's not a word. Okay, just bear with me. Bear with a sister. The worstness is folks that are stuck in the density, and they have not evolved spiritually to raise their consciousness to get out of the illusions, to drop the mask. That's what's going on, okay? So all people are doing at this point, oh shit, this character, and so when I say mask, I'm talking about character, okay? Because when I'm talking about character, I'm talking about egos. Because anytime you are not operating as your authentic self, you're playing a character, and the character is driving your soul experience instead of your soul using the ego to have this physical experience. So no, it's not about getting worse. It's not about the illusions getting worse. This is about elevating your consciousness. And folks are struggling to get out of the density because they want to hold on to those characters because they believe that those characters are who they really are. They have forgotten that they are a soul first and foremost that always has been, always will be. They're not living in their true authentic self. Okay. Now, some can say, well, you know, I really don't know I'm not living in my true authentic self. I can't tell you that. I can only give my particular experience. And anytime you're going against something that your soul is telling you, you know what Big Mama and them told you, your gut feeling, but you're gonna play things out. You're going to live a certain lifestyle, or you're going to do certain things. You're going to go down a certain path. You want to put up a certain facade. You already know that you're not living authentically. That's what the issue is here. Because you have souls running around here in this experience playing the characters. And if we really want to get funky all the way up in here, playing the characters to the point where they're more concerned about impressing other characters instead of living the true authentic self.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is about. It ain't about any more illusions, because it's all an illusion. You are a soul having a physical experience. If you don't know who you truly are, if you are afraid to put on your big girl panties, big boy drawers, I'm talking from a spiritual perspective, and walk in your light, you're not living authentically.
Exactly.
And I am telling you, I'm only giving you Rhonda's experience, okay? But in my opinion, this applies across the board. You know. That's why I say, baby, you can lie to me all you want to. Don't matter. You go stand your ass in front of that mirror or sit your ass with yourself. You know what it is. So ain't no need in us putting it on the bay. Ain't no need in us putting it on the planet. And it really ain't no need in us putting it on the 3D density. You are a soul having a physical experience. You have the power to rise up out of this density. Now, with that said, of course, we're going to talk about this foolery and this fuckery and this illusion that they're giving. This is why I can confidently say I don't give a fuck about none of it.
This is my next
power.
Hey, peace and love, Brother Sean.
This is power to you too, brother.
Good to hear your voice, brother. Go ahead.
There's another thing I wanted to say. They got a executive order that Biden just signed. They said it's the longest executive order they've ever seen, and they're going to use their AI technology in everything of this government, so that they are going to get rid of disinformation by changing the narrative. So, like, save the border, instead of them people showing 10 million came through, they're going to pretend some optic illusion that AI is going to put out there that it's only 500 that came through.
So let me just interject. How's that any different than what they've fucking already been doing?
I think they just stepping it up a notch. That's all.
And to be honest, it's really not stepping it up a notch, because it's just technology that'll help them, quote,
Control.
do it faster.
Mm-hmm.
But if everything was so open, this, that, and the third, I wouldn't even have to be doing no Black European series.
No.
I wouldn't even have to be discussing that Caucasians were slaves.
Because they changed it. They changed the history through their
exactly.
technology.
So my point being, what's going to be different?
What they going to focus on, I guess, the people itself. I don't know.
Nothing in this realm moves without the people. The focus is always the people.
The people.
We are the energy.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
why everybody keeps saying their technology? They ain't created nothing.
No, that's
No, they
true. Now,
haven't.
come on with
They
it
haven't.
now.
They haven't.
The thing is, there's too much self-abuse.
Yeah, you breaking up a little bit, brother.
Everybody want to. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
It's too much. Yeah,
Okay.
it's too much self-abuse going on.
Come on now. Come on with it. Come on.
People want
Expound
to.
a little bit more.
People keep wanting to associate with being victims, like you actually have no power or no say so in what the fuck is going on. I mean,
Right.
all this fear, worried about what they they can't do shit that we don't let them.
Agreed.
It's gonna keep down to that. Either we're feeding and staying off it, or we doing something different. That's all it takes is for us to do something different. Worried about stuff we really don't have to worry about. Them people coming over here finding out shit ain't as sweet as they
Show.
thought it was gonna be.
Yep.
Mama whipping up storms over here. Shit that a lot of them ain't used to. And motherfuckers here getting tired of this bullshit. It's not gonna happen the way they say it's gonna happen
Mm-hmm.
unless we feed off into that.
Exactly.
We get to thinking that, we get to saying that, we put our energy into that. So we get to move it in ways that actually manifest that shit. That ain't what we should be focused on.
Right.
You got to clean up around your own doorstep. Sis tell you that all the time. We supposed to be taking care of business. You got to get right with yourself. You have to stop abusing yourself.
Yes.
You're abusing yourself through the foods or
Yep.
so-called food. You're abusing yourself through the music. You're abusing yourself through what you take in on social media. You're constantly letting them feed you bullshit. They're keeping you reactionary. You're constantly reacting to what they say.
Right.
You're not taking the offensive. I mean, shit has to change. And that begins with each one of us.
Agreed.
Everybody got to do their part. It ain't about sitting back waiting for Rhonda to come out with this information and teach you this and teach you that. You still got to put in the work. Information is just that,
Right.
information. It's what
Right.
you do with the information that makes all the difference. We can sit up and talk shit all day. As you see, they don't too much give a fuck about what we talking about
They really don't.
because we ain't doing shit. As long as we talking bullshit and debating with each other, hating on each other, they winning. And they ain't even got to do shit. Half the time they haven't had to do shit. How
That's
you
it. I
think they
agree
had
with.
time to set up? That's how they can set up 100-year plans
Yep.
because they ain't got to do shit. We doing it to ourselves. But I digress.
No, very, very good point. Very good point. So I'm not going to read through this, you know, on a grander scale. It's just their theater, as usual. And it seems like that the UAE is saying, go on with that bull mess, up here talking about some oil. They ain't trying to have it. So that's pretty much with this summit. And again, with this last reset that they're trying to pull off, it's going to be a couple things. They're trying to switch the economy from a paper-based currency, because remember, we have to think of what we're calling money. It's really energy. It's the flow of energy. Okay? So the reason they're trying to switch it now to digital, which is ether, is because the energy of the planet is shifting as well. Okay? That's what that whole concept of the Aquarian age is about. Okay? So this is just a part of their last reset they're trying to pull off. Right? That's what this whole migrant thingamajig is about. All right? I think I played a video last week with the Chicago mayor admitting that this was a worldwide initiative, and they were going to look back 100 years from now talking about how they accomplished it 4, 5, and 6, and 7. And, you know, thank you, Chicago mayor, for validating my point. Because I told y'all that when we first started hearing about the migrants come across. So this is a part of the reset. This reminds me of the orphan trains, all of that. The stuff we're talking about tonight, Black Europeans, Caucasian Europeans. It's the same script, same shit all over again. None of this stuff is new. None of it. Okay? So there you have it. They're trying to move from fossil fuel over to this electric. And again, they gave themselves away because you're still giving us subpar, low-level technology. Because we don't need you to dig in the earth to create no battery. You can literally pull the energy out of the ethers. Because we know that's how y'all was doing it prior to, I want to say, the last major reset. So we ain't buying it. You may think that no, I'm not going to say you may think. You know that it's enough people's consciousness have raised to be like, no, something ain't right about that. I call bullshit. I'm not going for it. Okay? All this has been is this particular experience. It was set up that we have gatekeepers that control the realm's vibration. Okay? And all of those cycles, and they control the realm's vibrations, and they also usher in what we're calling resets. But from a spiritual perspective, shout out to the Mudflood community, those resets in the spiritual community are called cycles. Okay? Shout out to the Mayan civilization for literally laying out for us this particular realm, this particular simulation's cycles. And they told us when the entire realm cycle would end, And that's where we are. Now, because of our consciousness, we do have the ability to change up within this particular simulation the experience. This is about where are you from a consciousness perspective. You have to dig in your soul and say, are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? And when you are, you'll elevate. Now, if you want to keep playing, by all means, play on, player. But we're not finna sit up here and pretend that there are victims. These are experiences, okay? So when we do the news over here, we're pointing out what is going on, and we're looking at it from a past perspective, and we're giving predictions in the future. And yes, a lot of it comes from just spiritual intuition, and then a lot of it comes from patterns. I watch patterns because if I can pick the patterns, if I can recognize the patterns, rather, I can predict the future. Okay? We have to raise our level of intellect, and we have to raise our emotional intelligence. This shit that we see in the news, you're always supposed to be looking at it from a behind the scenes perspective. You're supposed to be reading between the lines. The information is in the ethers, but it's going to take for you to raise your consciousness in this density to pick that information out. Okay, so sorry, I know I got off on a spiritual rant. My bad. So, child, in other words, they can go somewhere with the bullshit.
They can do their own thing or whatever they want to do.
Yeah, because it's all theater. Shout out to my son, Scotty.
Yeah.
He always points out it's theater.
War is a theater.
All of it is theater. I literally every day I wake up, I flip on the news to see what script they gonna run.
Yeah, they doing one every day, aren't they?
The Middle Eastern script, the GUN control script. None of this stuff is new. It's a script. Because the only creation that's going on in this realm is coming from you. So what are you? What is your consciousness tuned in? Are you creating, or are you tuned in to a program? And now we're to the point that we're at the end game of this particular experience, and we are supposed to be collapsing. You're supposed to be collapsing the cycles and moving on. Not tuned in to a script, a movie. It's like a badass movie. I hate when it be movies that be such the bomb and they come out with 2 and you maybe get a 2 that's good. And by the time they get to that third one, you be like, come on now, y'all, stop playing with me. You didn't even have to make that. That's literally the point that we're at. Ain't nothing new all up and through here. Go create something new. And when you really raise your consciousness, it don't even have to be to this particular simulation. That's where we are. This shit in this 3D density, it's like a grain of sand. But it's so dense. And if your consciousness is tuned to this density, it's going to look like a huge thing. But once you elevate out of this density, you'll see, oh, that's some bullshit. Okay? So again, start thinking with intellect. Start having emotional intelligence. And start honoring, out of all of this, start honoring yourself.
Yeah.
Because to me, to be sitting up here tuned into they bullshit and bullshit ass people, places, and things, it's dishonoring my soul. And I'm not on that. That's just Rhonda personally. Not on that journey. That's why I can sit here with the scarf and say, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. How is it benefiting my soul? How is it benefiting my soul purpose? All right, so with that said, shit. So they gonna fuck theyself. I ain't finna get no electric car going with that bullshit. Shit. All right. So let's move on. Sis, you have any other, go ahead on with the fuckery?
Not really. I mean, yeah, but it's like choose your poison nowadays. They're really moving a lot of things around on the board, their little chessboard they got.
Right.
And their strategies.
And where are you on that chessboard?
I ain't on it.
Okay.
I'm just an observer, sitting around like just so
Very
I can
good.
bring something to the table here. That's it.
Very good. Because personally, if we was really about that business, we would be turning that motherfucker over, burning the bitch down.
Matter of fact, it's on its way down if you really look at.
Well, I already told you it's over.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, those that want to be about that motherfucking life.
It's gone. It's toast. Mm-hmm. It's toast.
I ain't got to play on your fucking board. I'll flip that bitch over and burn it down. But continue, sis.
There's just so much dishonesty and there's just so much infighting. But the Mayans were really, really good because they knew about that black sun. And this is a lot of the stuff they're bringing out now that each one of them obviously follow the black sun.
Why do you think they follow the black sun?
Well, because they wear it. They wear it in emblems and they tattoo it on
we
their
know
body.
that. I'm asking you, why do you think they do that?
Why do I think they do that?
Yeah.
Why do I think they follow it?
Yeah. It's just a question. It's just a question.
Oh, I think it's because they want to be who we are and they're not. Just like they've done changed all other identities. So they want to be the ones are the top players in the game. And they're not the top players in the game. And that black sun that they try to reset is not going to reset. That's another thing they're trying to do as well, trying to get that thing tuned back to the frequency of the planet, but they can't do it. So that's the only thing I know about it.
Right, because it's and to be clear, when I talk about gatekeepers, we talked about this a little bit last week. There's levels to the gatekeepers. Those that we think are the leaders that they show us in the public aren't really the leaders. Okay. Mm-hmm. They're the lower level gatekeepers. You have folks that answer to them. They're the gatekeepers. And then you have within that particular group, that's the group that they call the 1%. They set up all of these higher orders, these secret societies per se. okay, and have people move up the rank. There's still levels above them, and you get to the levels of the gatekeepers of the actual simulation experience.
Yeah.
Okay. The ones that are wearing the symbols of the black sun and all of that, most of them do not really know what that black sun really means.
Mm-mm.
They're thinking of it as kind of like a
Club.
magic type thing.
Mm.
Okay. They don't even understand that it's really technology that is controlling the frequency of the quote simulation. Okay. And that underneath that, what powers that particular piece of technology that they think is this spiritual essence is really the natural ley lines of the planet. That's the organic energy. Most of the people that are wearing those black sun symbols and that are worshiping it in these particular secret societies, they think that it's magic. Okay.
No more strength, huh?
So they're honoring, to answer the question that I had asked, they are honoring what they think is magic of the black sun. That's why they do it. Okay.
I know they kind of denying any of the previous changes, the great resets that they think this is the only one they had. Obviously, they're ignoring them because with this blue blood and black blood paper you have, it's going to expand and accelerate, I believe, the changes and they don't want it. They talk about it all the time about who we're not and who they are and all this kind of stuff. I listen to all that junk. And so with this out there in the ethers, it's going to have to slap them in the face, really.
Yeah, and I want us to always remember, because even this concept of race, I want y'all to understand that's a program.
Yeah, it is.
And with the reset, all they did, they flipped it from black control to white control. But make no mistake about it, the major gatekeepers, they knew what that particular script was. Okay? And then the gatekeeper of the realm, per se, or this simulation experience, knew that it had to happen this way. Okay? So when you get back to the soul level, as you being an observer, you're supposed to be tuning in to understand why we even let this shit shake down.
And change the narrative too.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that again because I know it's a lot. What I'm trying to get us to start to understand the concept of, even the concept of race, it is a program. Okay? Just the sheer fact that we are going over this information of how it was black rulership before it switched to white, that should tell you that even the concept of race is a program. It's a script. Your consciousness should be elevating. So the questions we should be asking: why did it flip from black to white? Who's flipping it from black to white and white to black, whatever the case may be, and why?
Mm-hmm.
This is why I say it is time to have critical thinking, intellect, and emotional intelligence. were not babies. The energy that is circling around, you don't have to live with that heavy veil over you. At this point, if you are in that particular state, it is because you are choosing it. Because the character that you are playing wants to survive. So you're going to keep buying into those particular scripts. Because at a soul level, once you start really tapping in at that soul level, you're going to see, oh, okay, this is all really bullshit. It was all really an experience. So again, there are no victims. Start critically thinking, start asking questions within yourself. All right. Okay, so with that said, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, bruh, I think things have already shifted. I think things are changing. I think this situation is desperate for them. Look at everybody they starting to roll out. Look at everybody they starting to expose. But of course, you still gonna have people going to bat for them simply because you like entertainment that they provided for you. Now, a lot of people gonna say, well, what about the quote unquote white people? That ain't got shit to do with our doorsteps. It's the motherfuckers who look like us, who they put in front of us, that actually do the most damage. But people are still so enthralled with celebrities. It's all entertainment and theater. So, I mean, I guess people just like being entertained. And if you have a certain amount of perceived wealth, you can get away with anything. It's okay for you to do whatever to whoever.
Right.
And the thing that surprises me about people having so much doubt, look back at some of the old school rap videos when Rump Shaker and, Luke and all them, when things first started getting raunchy. How many of y'all parents was them video hoes?
Ooh, child.
Why don't you ask them about what happened?
You
Why
know
don't
that's
you
our
ask?
generation, Sean.
I know. And
Continue.
going to the concerts. Every night that them entertainers is someplace. It's drugs and drinking
Mm-hmm.
and debauchery going on.
Yep. Yep.
Every city they land in, somebody's child is being taken advantage of.
Yep. Yep.
But we love these people. We love being entertained. We don't like nobody attacking them, talking about them, telling the truth about them. You have to realize that majority of them go through initiations. They're groomed into a certain way of being. It's not all of their faults. With a lot of them, their parents let this shit happen.
Yep.
But Then we sit up and blame them. I mean, when everything good, you're loving the music, you're loving them. Then when that other side of them rears its head, or someone wants to talk about what they've been through, then you hate them because they're talking bad about this other person that you adore more. It's just sickness,
Yes, it is.
and nobody wants to heal. Nobody wants to be held accountable for anything.
Yep.
It's not just the abusers that need to be held accountable. It's the people that's given their children over
Absolutely.
to this bullshit. You need to be punished equally
Agreed.
with them.
Absolutely.
But I digress.
Yeah, I mean, it can't get no clearer than that. It is what it is. And even that particular sector, that what he's discussing, that's even a program within itself. And they set the program up to, I'll put it this way, it's a program of tapping into the root chakra, but the lower survival and lust. Okay. So that's one. Second piece of it is the illusion that they give you that these people, you know, they're multimillionaires, they're billionaires, whatever the case may be. But behind the scenes, what did they have to do to get to that point? So even that within itself is an illusion. And instead of, as a culture, now I'm on the culture side of it. As a collective, we said, no, this is bullshit. It was adopted. Still a program. And that program was adopted to the point that it impacted generations. Okay? And now we are here where we are. And so the same program is still running, but now the initiators of the said program, Generation X, now a lot of us are saying, oh, these young people are out of control. They talking about booty holes. Excuse me, y'all. They talking about this. I'm like, okay, so I'm not saying I'm in agreement with it, because baby, that looked VD-ish to me, and goddamn it looked VD-ish to me in the 90s. Where's your consciousness? What are you tuning into? And out of that program, literally, we have bred, per se, or groomed. I'm going to use groomed. We have groomed men's identities of what it is to be a man, women's identities of what it is to be a woman, and it's at the lowest fucking common denominator. And it puts your consciousness in a whirlwind that it's hard to fucking get out of. And it leaked over into the family structure. But we as souls accepted these programs. So again, what are you going to do? Me personally, I'm not asking you to change the world. You got to start with changing yourself. And that takes courage. That does mean going against the grain. So when I say I don't dig in the mud and fuck around in the mud for nobody, oh baby, I meant that. It's not about being bougie, although that's your version of bougie. Baby, call me a number one bougie. It's about a frequency. Because everybody want to run around, you thinking you cool, and you literally waddling in shit. And you want to sit and pretend y'all don't smell this shit. So again, you can lie to me. Don't matter if you lie to me. But when you lie and dishonor yourself and your soul, that's on you. But let's not play like we some fucking victims up in this bitch. Because we've allowed this shit to go on from generation to generation to generation. So if you're really about that business, let's talk about that soul business. Let's talk about collapsing that shit, shutting it all the way the fuck down. And you do that by being your authentic self and standing in truth. That's why nobody gets a motherfucking pass. That's including me. Now, motherfucking stand on that business. Keep that real. All right, I digress. Now, what was shit, John? What was the going on with the fuckery? You got anything else, shit? I don't even know what the original point was. My fault. All right, fam. I was going to go over the migrant thing. I'm not going to go over it with the articles and stuff. I'll just give you a high-level update. New York, child, it's getting really bad with you all. Now you're seeing food scarcities in the neighborhoods that can afford it the least. The food pantries are running at a deficit in New York. Now, the problem with that, because of inflation and the high cost of food, it was already bad. Okay? And now, on top of it, with migrants who are depending on these pantries as well, it's not a good thing. I am going to share this because Chicago, shout out to Chi-Town. They ain't having it. They giving hell. And they, matter of fact, put the Democratic Party on notice saying, don't think, well, we going to remember this. Don't think we ain't finna not remember this. Okay, so just real quick, New York, I don't know what's going on with y'all. I'm surprised more New Yorkers aren't outraged. Okay. So we did talk about the migrant crisis last week, and I forget the sis that pointed it out in the comments that stated that the media is telling us that it's women and children migrants are the majority when it's really not. It's really men. That's the majority. And a lot of those men, supposedly and allegedly, they're like, they got sketchy backgrounds and sketchy past. Okay. So from my perspective, I don't have an issue with anyone trying to do what they need to do for their family. All I am saying is you cannot do it at the expense of others. That's the issue I have. Okay. All right. So this is off of Fox 5 New York. New York, CHA residents and migrants face grave food insecurities in Queens. Okay, so let's just real quick.
Queensbridge housing resident Tammy Waters enjoys a Thanksgiving meal inside the Jacob Reed's neighborhood settlement Saturday.
Be thankful, because I'm very thankful.
The meal is a treat and a precious commodity in the Long Island City community, where 6,000 NYCHA residents and 8,000 migrants are competing for free hot meals.
Everybody looks out for one another. That's what I love. I don't know about them immigrants too much. I don't know.
It's a tension that goes both ways. Mercedes, a Nicaraguan mother who, with her husband, brought their 6 young children to the country 4 months ago, says she's aware some people in the community are more supportive than others, but they're hungry. Councilmember Julie Wan says she's had to step in after a fight between members of the two groups at a food pantry got out of hand, sending one person to the hospital.
Right here, you have the largest population of public housing in a single unit in the whole country, where people are living 200% below the poverty line.
Wan organized the Thanksgiving meal giveaway. She says the bulk of her city council office's funding goes toward food insecurity remedies. The food assistance stretching to feed 2 large groups who can't work: the senior citizens living inside the Queensbridge housing, and now the thousands of migrants without legal documentation.
So we're going to continue to do our best, but it's never enough.
Councilmember Wan wants to change out the food vendors that serve at the shelter. She wants to put in vendors that will serve hot, delicious meals, and maybe that will get the migrants to prefer to eat there instead of here, and that could help ease the tension. In Long Island City, Ashley Rodriguez.
All right, fam. So that's what's shaking down in New York with this whole migrant crisis. And again, if you all want to get more in that detail, check out a YouTube channel. I think it's Philly Dom, DOM. I think he's I haven't watched this week, but I think he's also going to other states. But check him out. He has a lot of videos going in detail with the New York migrant issue and interviewing folks and all of that. And he even had one Venezuelan that he's a legal resident over here in the U.S. He's been here for years, came through the regular way, this, that, and the third, which brings up another point. And that Venezuelan was the one that said, he started talking to the Venezuelan migrants, and that's when he found out a lot of them were like, quote, quote, criminals in Venezuela. And that's why Philly Dom them said when they be trying to just film that you'll see a lot of the men like cover their face and stuff, because pretty much they probably what we call warrants. I don't know what they call them over in Venezuela. Okay, so just keep up with that. Just an awareness of what's jumping off. We know Chicago's having problems as well, but I think the Chicagoans, the route that they're going, they ain't having it. I think they're getting ready to clear up that migrant situation pretty clear. Plus the fact that I don't know if because the folks are speaking up and it's more visible that they're drying up the funding to these particular sanctuary cities, because now the sanctuary cities are claiming they don't have the resources 4, 5, and 6. In the case of Chicago, the residents, they're not having it, okay? And that's Black residents and white residents. They're like, no, we're not having it, okay? So just to make you all aware, all right? But the flip side of this, what is really going on, it is really a population reset, okay? They're just shuffling people around to switch up the population. And by doing that also, it's easier to change history, okay? All right, so that's all I got on the migrant situation. All right, so with that said, before we get started, Brother Shaughnessy, Sandra, you have anything you want to put on it?
Yeah. I had saw a video earlier. Some police officers had caught an immigrant breaking into cars. And he told them the reason he was over here because America is about to be taken down. America is
That's right.
about to burn. It's been quite a few interviews with illegals that have been saying that.
Did he literally say burn? So you think like setting
He
fires?
literally said America will burn.
So can you just real quick explain for those that aren't familiar with and shout out to the mud flood community, what that means when he said burn?
Well, you saw what happened in Maui. You saw what happened in California, Canada. I mean,
right. And it's a reset tactic, fam. Okay, shout out to the mud flood community. They showed, we watched patterns. Remember when I talked about patterns? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
The majority of them are militia people, and some of them have said as much. One guy told and said it because he said he go to use his credit card they gave him, and ain't no money on his card. And he's sitting around waiting for money on his card. He hungry and everything. They ain't put nothing back on his card. So I guess he having second thoughts about coming over here fighting or whatever it is he's supposed to be doing, allegedly and supposedly. That's why all those men are coming in, military age.
That
men.
shit makes sense.
Yeah, well, yeah. I had heard somebody say that they told the people to just wait. You'll soon be able to pick any place you want to go, any place you want to live. And I'm like, so what does that mean exactly? Because that means they're going to have a choice of homes where they want to go.
So, Brother Sean, he's saying that they breaking into the cars because they ain't re-upped they EBT card.
Right.
It's costing us, the taxpayers, over $400 million a year, I think it is, to take care of them. They don't care. They think the United States is rich now, but United
But
States is on.
and I hear that, but I want to make sure that the fam get the point that he's making.
Mm-hmm.
They've pretty much, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, Brother Sean. This particular person they interview is pretty much telling us that they're going to burn down cities and all of that. Chaos is going to jump off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. I see. I didn't want to misinterpret it. What you said.
KC said they broke into 60 cars in one night in Dallas.
And we don't think this. Are you all getting the pattern? It's a pattern.
That's what they want to do. See, it's not by mistake.
Interesting. Okay.
To do that. Yeah.
So there you have it, fam. That's really, really interesting. All right. We're going to get to the main topic. Let's get into yet another reset that has taken place on the planet, where it went from black rulership to what we see today. Okay? And again, if you pay attention to patterns and you understand that at a minimum, the planning for the different resets are 100 years. Okay? And that particular reset is a miniature reset. So again, the 100-year cycles, when you have major changes, that's just a miniature cycle. All right. But you also have huge cycles / resets. What is it, like 2,600 years? And then you have the huge reset / cycles between the ages. And when I talk about ages, I'm talking about like from the Pisces age, because we have left the Pisces age. You know, the two fish that represents Jesus. Yeah. Okay. We left that age, and now we are in the Aquarian age. Right? These particular cycles follow that particular energy calendar, or what they're calling the astrological clock. All right? So, we're going to go over back into this material. And this material was put together by Egmond Codfried. He's out of the Netherlands. Okay. All old master portraits are overpaints. Blue Blood is Black Blood Museum. Okay. So you can go check out the first episodes. You know, he kind of gives the original Rembrandt painting that are clearly melanated men. Okay. Right. So when we started out in the first episode of this, he really, really went into some heavy hitting stuff about melanated rule and how melanated bloodline families were really the overlords of Caucasians. Okay. And when a reset happened that changed the face of power, I want us to be clear, the face of power from Black/melanated to Caucasian, that was a reset within itself. Okay. The Black rulership and, all of who they're calling the Caucasian European kings and queens and bloodlines were not Caucasian. They were, in fact, melanated. Okay. Even down to what they're calling how slavery happened, with mainly the picture being painted that it was all Africans and all European Caucasians going over to Africa and capturing, or, African leaders selling their people into slavery and shipping them over to Europe and shipping them over to America. That's not how the story actually went. Okay. Because yes, you had slaves, okay, which white people were also slaves. You had American Indians that went into slavery because they were prisoners of war, okay, and in some cases it was they went into slavery up under a family member for protection. That's why it is important to go into the actual records, and you will see that. And if you go into the actual records, even those slavery records, I think they call them slave schedules, something like that. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's a slave schedule. You'll even see Black people being slave owners and owning plantations. Okay? Then you had something called indentured servitude. All right? Where people were either banned up out of their country, i.e. the Jacobite Rebellion, which was Black people. Okay. And shout out to Sis. They gave me that great information. Go get the book, The Visitation of Kent. You can go to them ship manifest. Black, 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 brown, 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 white, white, black, 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 brown, 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 brown. But these are the Jacobites. Okay. It even went into lineage. All of those names, those surnames that they are telling us are Caucasian names, are slave Caucasian names. No, they were really Black/melanated names. Okay? So even the concept of slavery was not what they told us it was. Okay? You can also go to the Slave Voyage. I think it's .org, if I'm not mistaken. And you can look up by the different regions, and you can see where the bulk of the, what they're calling the Atlantic slave trade from Africa over to the Americas is grossly overstated. Because the top number for Turtle Island, or what we're calling now the United States, was 300,000. The highest numbers in the millions was in South America. But yet, they teach as the official history that millions of African slaves hit the American shores. Okay? So clearly, a major reset happened, and the shifting of people occurred as well. All right? This is why, and I'm in agreement with the mud flood community, shout out to them. There was a lot of fires in every major city. And I'm just going to use what we're calling the United States, or let's just say America. Now I'm going to use America, period, because we're going to throw Canada up there, and we're going to throw what we're calling the Caribbeans in there, and we're going to throw what we're calling South America in there as well. That's why the burning of a lot of major cities, castles, forts, hidden technology. So even the concept of horse and carriage was the major transportation. All of that shit is a lie. Okay? All right. So when we talk about whitewashing, it is hiding the true history, changing it from Black rulership to Caucasian rulership. All right? Now let's be clear. It's wrong. I don't give a damn if it is melanated people that ruled. Still not right to conquer over others. It is still not right to enslave. Let's be clear. So me personally, I don't take pride in Black overlords or rulerships and taking indigenous people's stuff around the world. Whether you Black, whether you white, it does not matter. Okay? Because the concept of race itself, it's a program. This whole scarcity is a program. Because it's really no need for anybody in this particular realm to be operating like that. To take from another to benefit you. That within itself, scarcity within itself is a program. Okay? All right. So let's continue. Okay, so you can go back to the first episode. Child, that was rough reading through that stuff. Okay, so last week we went over some of the other things that he actually got a little bit more raw as well, because he also talked about race and the origins of Caucasian people, which basically is a derivative from melanated people. Okay? So all of this, folks are aliens, this, that, and the third. Folks are demons, this, that, and the third. Now, you can believe what you want. That's not for Rhonda to say. But if we are being critical thinkers and we are not buying into a doctrine, and if we are not using cognitive dissonance, we would look at the information, use discernment, and take it for what it really is. Okay? All right. Okay, so I'm just scrolling down. I don't mean to make y'all dizzy. So he talked about William of Orange really being black, i.e. melanated, and he goes into J.A. Rogers' work, yada, 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 yada. Okay, so I'm just scrolling down. Apologize, I'm not trying to make you dizzy. I know I highlighted this, and I try to highlight where we left off. Okay, so I'm gonna go start from this paragraph above to refresh everybody's memory. All right. From my other sub-research, I have established that there are both white and half white and very black portraits of both the Renaissance monarchs of the Habsburg, and I'm still looking for that original Habsburg family crest, the melanated one. Child, I know I got it somewhere on one of these computers, so I'm looking, fam. And the Medici family, which leads me to believe that these are colored families. William of Orange became a rebellious vassal of Philip II. His great-grandson, stadtholder William III, had Medici ancestors. His uncle, excuse me, Charles II, the swarthy Stuart, was also known as the Black Boy. And I'm so glad. Shout out to the brother that sent me, because somebody sent me that particular photo of the statue of Charles Stuart. I really, really want to thank you, because, baby, I got that in my back pocket, baby, when they come on my establishment with the foolishness. Oh, Stuarts wasn't black. Oh, they weren't. Okay, so then who is this with the super fly hair? Did you say what now, baby? Yeah, okay, then. Some of their portraits depict very black men in the Habsburg family. The big chin, I don't feel like trying to enunciating this, and my country behind messed it up, so shout out to son Scotty for looking it up for me. That means big chin, prominent chin, is always noticeable, which is wrongly seen as a lower overbite and as a result of inbreeding. Child. The Habsburg family was proud of its big jawline, chins, and hook noses, and of its dark skin. Maximilian I Habsburg had himself depicted as a brown-skinned god in order to conquer the emperorship. Leopold I Habsburg, Holy Roman Emperor, was described as a short, hale, black man. The dancing emperor is conspicuous by his, I'm going to say big lips, but murals of his entire family in a church depict people who, excuse me, who can only be described as pure Africans. This conquers up the image or noble, royal, and imperial black elite in Europe, of which the family of Orange formed a characteristic segment. Okay, so this is where we really left off, but I just kind of wanted to... Leopold is notable for the fact that he elevated many Dutch families to the nobility, of which it appears that they were colored. Like the Valkenier and Hofit families, I know I'm butchering that, y'all, from Belle Van Zulen's other grandmother. The same applies to imperial commissions and tributes from Leopold to artists and writers who were probably also black Europeans. William of Orange's secretary and the poet of Wilhelmus was Felipe van Marnix. Child, I'm not trying to pronounce that. An expatriate Belgian. Okay, he led me to declare him a black and colored European. The same goes for the prince's pastors and his wives. Well. Louis de Coligny, I know I'm mispronouncing it, of what? Huguenot origin? Shout out to two brothers that's been on this for quite a while, and that's not to discredit any other people that's doing this same work. Shout out to brother Kui Mayo. He was the first one I heard talk about the Huguenots. Shout out to him. Shout out to legendary Top Cat. He was the second person that I heard talk about the Huguenots. So I am glad to see this in this particular information. So old boy Louis was a Huguenot. Is depicted with an Arabic hayek, whatever that is, a black sleeveless robe with a visor. William's brother, Jan the Elder, is the real ancestor of Beatrix, and he looks very black and very prognostic on some engravings. Prince Henry of Mecklenburg, Beatrix's grandfather, belonged to the same German family as Charlotte Sophia of Mecklenburg, the British queen who had a true mulatto face, according to her personal physician. She was also Queen Victoria's grandmother. In Mecklenburg lived the Orobitrites, who are also called Wendels. Now that's interesting, but whom we know as the Vandals. Apparently, all of these ancient peoples had their own contingent of black Europeans who apparently also formed an elite. Oh, I'm reading I'm reading Son Scotty's comment. So they got their drawers or panties in the bunch about white people with slaves. Child, go pick up some books, baby. White cargo. They were white and they were slaves. White trash. Do a YouTube search. So I hope you heard that part. I just gave you 3 books. Go pick them up. All right. Conclusion. In conclusion, I note that already on the basis of Eurocentric studies such as Berenstein's, Berenstein, we find inconsistencies that point to the presence of historical elitist black Europeans, and attempts to leave this in doubt or actively conceal it. Works such as Black Athena point to the African roots of Greek civilizations, of which the Greeks made no secret. Aristotle's hundreds of works are said to be mere copies of textbooks from the renowned Pharaonic Library of Alexandria. Aristotle was apparently a publisher and a mythical figure. Knowledge of Greek civilizations and its black roots survived outside of Europe and was rediscovered in the Renaissance thanks to black and colored Europeans who became an elite. Okay, so shout out to Medicine Man. Go check out his YouTube channel. He went over them black Greeks. Think I'll post tomorrow, if I remember, on the community wall, some artifacts of them black Greeks. Because of a poem by Belle Van Zullen and the makeup and wig fashion, I situate a historical revisionism in the middle of the 18th century, in which the white type of people was declared superior, while the black roots and the ancestors of Europe were denied. Black and elite Europeans of color were forced to accept this in a word and deed by wearing white makeup. Oh, child! Let me clutch my pearls. Let me run this back. Now you say what now? Black and elite Europeans of color were forced to accept this in word and deed by wearing white makeup and blonde wigs. Child.
I think Elizabeth I did that. Remember her?
Oh, yes, so did, sis.
Mm-hmm. She always had on a blonde wig and white makeup.
Child.
Blackface in reverse.
And blackface in reverse.
Uh-huh.
I didn't
Was that
learn
Charles?
me something new. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
That was Henry's mama, wasn't it? Or his grandmama or something like that.
Child, I would have to pull up the what's the face. I don't be keeping it straight.
Yeah, cause she put her cousin Anne in prison.
Now that I didn't expect that. Cause the excuse that they give is that folks had VD and their hair was falling out. It's why they was wearing them wigs, but I never understood the white powder though.
Now they tell you telling.
So the wigs meant they were hiding that kinky hair. Yep. Child.
That's Elizabeth I. Queen Elizabeth I. So all these other characters coming out all white, right?
Status, the whole black.
That's a status. That's a status. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, that whole black and white status thing.
Mm-hmm.
Child, I done learned me something new. But also by making grotesque statements against black type under racist pressure. We see this in the Black David Hume and the Pitch Black Voltaire, among others. Okay, so before we go there, I want to just real quick, I want to, because I had to remember, let me try to bring it up. Child, let's go back to like the very first bloodline of these black elite. And I did a series that I was uploading, and I think I'm gonna have to get back on that series. I just got too busy. Where we're literally going through each one of these particular rulers and their particular heritage. So
that's right.
Let me do this and bring it up. And once I bring it up, those that follow me on that series, you'll know what I'm talking about. So this is from the book, The Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles.
Which includes Wales.
Yeah, they go through he goes through all of it. Okay. All right, so y'all pay attention to these surnames, because when I did this particular series, it was a lot of McAlpines. Then the original name is Alpine, was coming in the comments saying, yeah, you know, that's my surname, da 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 da. So pay attention to these surnames, okay?
I think.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Wasn't Nanya one of them too? Yeah, I think she was one.
Yeah, sis, I can't remember, sis, Nanya, are you Alpine, or it was the origin was Alpine? I can't remember. I think you said that. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to. I thought that's what you said, but look at me, I tried to call you out. Girl, ain't your people.
That's all right.
My bad, sis, if you have, but I thought you told us that publicly. My fault if you didn't. All right, so again, this is the Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles. I can't remember the author's first name, but his last name is Johnson. But you should be able to find it easily, because as you can see, I just straight downloaded it on my Kindle. And it's so sad, y'all. I have to buy the physical copy of the book, and then if I'm going to do a show on it, if it's an electronic copy, I buy it so you all can see the words, because I'm like, child, I got to keep my little books because of the revisionism of it all.
You know, with this reset, they're going to be able to erase all those Kindle books.
You know, my play sister had put me up on that. She was like, Rhonda, I know, you know, you into your books, you a book nerd, this, that, and the third, and you've been doing these electronic books. What if they get rid? I said, you know what? You right. So that's what made me go back through my collection, and you know, ones that I really want. I went and bought the physical copies. So that's just something to keep in mind. If you can get those physical copies, because they will take them out of print in a heartbeat. Either take them out of print, or they will revise them, and baby, they'll switch it up. They'll take pictures out of there, or they'll add pictures in there where they whitewash them, etc. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They'll change the history. She said, yeah.
Oh, okay, sis. I didn't want to be all up. Well, it was my bad.
I mentioned it first. I'm guilty. I mentioned it first because she didn't say it. We were talking last week, and I told her about that crest.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Oh, and somebody came in the comments. Shout out to y'all in the comments on the videos. Y'all are doing, of course, they always on the lives, y'all always be laying it out. But also shout out to the ones that comment on the YouTube videos. Y'all put a lot of great information in the comments, and then people shouting out their heritage as well. So shit, now I done forgot what I was finna say, because somebody had just broke down their lineage, and it tied back to some of these black elite families, and it was others that was in the comments that y'all was just on it. You was like, yeah, da 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 da, and da 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 da, and it was all straight facts, and it was fire. So shout out to you all. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Could you blow that up a little bit so I can take a picture of it?
Which part, baby? All of it?
The one you know, right here, back out McAlpine.
Oh, yeah.
because
hold
I
on.
have a friend.
Oh, you know what? I can't blow it up on
I can't.
Kindle.
I'm,
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
see
why
if
I won't like it. It won't let me do it on Kindle.
her name is in this bunch here, and I've been looking up her family crest. My friend. Oh, I can take a picture
Interesting.
of it.
Okay.
I'll take a
All
picture.
right. Okay, so the first dynasty of Scotland was called the
Mhm.
Alpine dynasty. Okay. So today we call it Alpine dynasty, ruled by the, if you want to say Pites, and today that surname is equated to Pitts, Pitts. So I'm just going to run that
I'm
again.
gonna show that to her.
The
She's
first
gonna.
dynasty of Scotland was called the Alpine dynasty, ruled by the Pites or the Pitts, who were described to be short, pygmoid, dark-skinned people.
Yep. I'm gonna send this to her.
The Scottish archaeologist David McRitchie stressed that during the 10th century, Alpin, the father of Kenneth MacAlpin, was a half-black Pite and half-black Scot, whose son Kenneth. Yes, sir.
You skipped over an important sentence.
Their first. Okay, let me back up. The first dynasty of Scotland was called the Alpine dynasty, ruled by the Pites, or known today as the Pitts, who were described to be a short, pygmoid, dark-skinned.
Keep going.
Okay, because I was finna keep going. I just wanted to sink in these surnames. Their first ruler of the Alpine dynasty, see, Brother Sean, was the Moorish Kenneth MacAlpin. Okay, and they even give
that part.
Yeah, gotcha.
Half black.
But remember, I want y'all to pay attention, because although he said half black, it's still blackety black. He was
That's
a
true.
half black Pite or Pitts and half black Scot. So he wasn't mixed. He was mixed from a lineage perspective, but not what we're calling mixed today with Caucasian and black. Whose son, Kenneth, was the first to merge the two foremost branches of the blacks in Scotland. Kenneth MacAlpin was also called Niger Val Dub. Okay. Dub means black. Dublin, Blackland. MacAlpin's descendant, Kenneth the Niger, Dub, the same as Duff or Duffy, is the Gaelic name for black or Niger. Is historically known to be a Niger god whose royal Negro Moorish blood continued to rule Scotland up to James the 6th/1st, who became the first black Scottish king of England. So I'm just, as Brother Sean say, the ancestors said, blackety black, blackety black. Even when it was half black, it was still half black and half black. All the way up to blackety black James. You mean King James Stuart, blackety black. King Kenneth the Niger's descendant David the First bestowed the title steward. And shout out to us that we knew that over here.
Mm-hmm.
We knew that was a title. Bestowed the title steward upon Walter Fitz-Allen for services rendered, a Briton descent, a title inherited by his descendants.
Wow, look at that.
Walter Stuart VI, a descendant of Walter Fitz-Allen, Walter Stuart I, married Kenneth the Niger's blood relative, Princess Marjorie, daughter of King Robert I, who gave birth to Robert II, the first Steward King of Scotland. So again, and I'm only going to read this first highlighted page. Again, blackety black black. I'm talking about the rulership of Scotland and England. Blackety black 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 black. I haven't seen Caucasian yet. In AD 1100, Henry I of England married Edith, the daughter of Malcolm III, who was a blood relative of Kenneth the Niger Dub. Henry I and Edith Matilda had a daughter named Matilda, who married Geoffrey of Anjou. They had 3 children, by which the oldest became Henry II, who had a son named Richard I, the Lionheart, who succeeded him. Richard II, whose father was called the Black Prince of Wales. So when we talk about King Henry and Anne Boleyn, and it was a big stink when, damn it wasn't Netflix. I can't remember, child, who did it. Did a series, they remade the story of Anne Boleyn, and they put her as a dark-skinned, melanated woman. And folks was pissed. And they had King Henry as a white man. And I'm like, that ain't accurate either. Both of them were black. Because King Henry was a red bone. Okay? So meaning he was light-skinned dead. With like red hair. Now what makes sense that King Henry was black, because we're reading his lineage. Blackety black 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 black. Richard II's cousin Henry, also a grandson of Edward III, succeeded him. Henry was succeeded by his son Henry V, who was succeeded by his son Henry. What is that, y'all? That's the 6th. Edward, was that the 4th? The second son of Henry III ruled and should have been succeeded by his son Edward V, who was believed to be taken out at the age of 12 by his uncle Richard of Gloucester, who became known as King Richard III. Following his death, the black-skinned Henry VII became king and was succeeded by his son Henry VIII. So again, blackety black black, blackety black black, 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 black. So when they remade the story of Queen Anne Boleyn, depicting her as a melanated woman, they were accurate. But in order to get the story out there, they had to put King Henry VIII as a Caucasian man. But he was blackety black, 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 black. Pictures depict him really as a red bone. So he was light-skinned. Okay? And just to be clear, just because melanated people, aka black people, are light-skinned, don't mean they have Caucasian in their family. Okay? So Henry VIII was black because his daddy was black. And his daddy before him and his daddy before him, and apparently the mamas was black too. Okay? Now, I don't know for sure if some of the men's had Caucasian wives mixed up in there. I'm just telling you what they done said. That the men were blackety black, 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 black. And based on how the elite rolled, they really didn't start intermarrying until like maybe the late 1700s and then 1800s, and then the face of power changed to Caucasian. All right. So, of course, who Henry VIII was succeeded by, but again, all still black folk. All right. So, Lady Jane Grey was succeeded by her cousin Mary I, Bloody Mary, who was succeeded by her sister Elizabeth I. Elizabeth I was succeeded by her dark-skinned cousin James Stuart of Scotland, who was a descendant of Kenneth the Niger Dub. James Stuart's mother was Mary, the daughter of James Stuart V, the son of Margaret Tudor, the sister of Henry VIII. So all pretty much blackety black, black, black. James Stuart, the cousin of Elizabeth I, became the King of Scotland and England and was succeeded by his son, Charles I, who fathered Charles II, a tall, curled-mouthed, black-skinned, and curly-haired man. Oh, my fault, Charles. I had said, baby, that you had an ultra perm or a super fly wig. I apologize. Black-skinned and curly-haired man known in England as the Black Boy. So if you are Caucasian and you saying you a Stuart, baby, you got black blood.
For sure.
Because I just want to remind you, blackety black, alpine black, pipes or pits, black. David, black. Stuarts, I ain't gonna skip King Robert, black. Stuarts, black. Henry Nem, black. Elizabeth, black. Mary, black. Margaret, black. So again, If you are Caucasian and you're saying you are a steward and that is your lineage, you got black blood. Okay? His black-skinned French mother, Henrietta Maria, called him the little black boy. So I'm going to say that again. If you are Caucasian and you are saying you have steward lineage, you are descendants from black folk. Ain't nobody stole your heritage and blacked it up.
They stole ours. Yeah, they sure did.
All right, so oh wow, old girl was okay. Following their death, James' youngest sister Anne, a gay woman. Now that's interesting that they knew her sexuality back up in the day. Ruled England. She was succeeded by George I, Hanover, who was of German and Scottish descent. His mother, Sophia, was the granddaughter of the Scottish King James, who was of the bloodline of Kenneth the Niger. So just to refresh people's memory again, you saying you a Hanover? You are Caucasian, and you're saying your bloodline is of the Hanovers. You have black blood. George I's son, George II, succeeded him and was succeeded by his grandson, George III, who married a black queen named Sophia Charlotte. So, shout out to Netflix. That was actually good. I loved Queen Charlotte series. It was really, really, really good. I think they did a good job. And my only complaint, but I know y'all had to do what y'all had to do, Netflix, making King George Caucasian. I said, no, baby, he was blackity, black, blackity, black. So let me run that for the slow ones in the back. George, first son of George II, succeeded him and was succeeded by his grandson, George III, who married a black queen named Sophia Charlotte, who was a descendant of a Negro royal family of Portugal, and Spain, were originally called Iberian Ethiopia. Okay, we'll stop there. I just wanted to give you all the content as we're going over this particular information in the 1700s and 1800s. I wanted y'all to understand how far back this goes.
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
go over to that last paragraph.
On the second
That
page.
highlighted part. On the page you're on now.
Oh, okay, I'm behind. So, the very first page. Yes, sir. Where it says son Edward V.
Not the page you was just where you just stopped at.
Okay. Alrighty. The white peasant blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me cause I quickly read. Let me take a sip. Me. Alright. The white peasant blood slowly spilled into the royal Negro Moorish blood following the French Revolution of AD 1789. Today's Queen Elizabeth lineage is traced all the way back to the 10th century Scottish King Kenneth Duffy Duff Niger or Black, whose noble blood is linked to Kenneth McAlpine. The Negro royal blood also fused into the royal houses of early Northern Europe. However, following the 18th century, the once known and accepted knowledge of Europe's Negro royal admixture has been quietly hushed and secretly tucked away from the pages of history. The newly aged Euro scholars, governments, big business, and the system of white supremacists have deliberately rewritten the history of Europe. The Europeans have barbarously burned, looted, and disfigured thousands of old African European royal paintings, sculptures, and public works in order to erase any evidence of an early Negro African dominance. So we're going to just leave that right here.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is the Negro rulers of Scotland and the British Isle. Okay, and I'm going to get back on this series. Okay, so before anybody come in my comments, where are the sources? You see these little thingy-majigs right here, baby. See where it says 12, 13, 14, that's citing sources, okay? So ain't nobody just woke up out the bed and came up with this. And this lines up to the stuff that Codfried is going over. Again, ain't nobody woke up out the bed and came up with this stuff. Okay. We're going to leave it there for now. We'll probably use this book back and forth as we are going over Codfried's information. Okay, I just want to refresh people's memory. Who wants to come over here swinging, talking about the Stuarts and Anne Boleyn, Queen Anne Boleyn, and King Henry VIII, and Queen Charlotte, and King George? Go on and find somebody else to play with.
You know what this really means?
Yes, ma'am.
That since they changed the information, the melanated people that exist today is really the first people who were the rulers of, some of us are the first people who ruled before these white folks switched out all the data. And so that, like that girl, what's her name? Merkel. They have this racial feud going on with her. She supersedes them by a long shot. Because Dr. Phil says she's a what you call it? I forget. She was before these people ever came onto the throne, and pushed their way in there. But they treat her really bad. That Merkel girl.
So we're gonna be clear who the they are.
The Merkel girl.
No. I'm off of Merkel. I'm off of it. Got your point.
Did I say your point?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the royal house right now. Princess, whatever her name is, she told Charles to kick them out, and it was a racist problem going on. I was reading it in the paper the other day.
Right. So I don't want to dilute your point. I get that. Okay. And again, this is Rhonda's opinion. That's a script too.
Of course.
Because I'm going to tell you something. They know exactly who the fuck is who.
Well, I know they know, but she that obviously don't. But I know who they are and who they're not.
I'm going to back that up again. They know exactly who the fuck is whom, including her. They are playing roles.
I see what you mean.
Okay. Now I want to get specific, because what I don't want us to do is leave about this series. Well, white people, they changed everything. No, we fencing to be. We fencing to be specific. Okay? We're gonna talk about who changed what. I know he had given it. Damn it. Did he say? I think he gave it in the first one we went over.
Yeah, I think it was the first one.
Okay. I know, Sean, you know where I'm going with this. Bear with me. Book bindings, declaration. Okay. Yeah, bear with me. I got to go over here. All right, I have to read.
Oh, well, she's a Plantagenet. That's what Dr. Phil said.
Okay, got it. All right, so just hold on for me. I'm gonna have to revisit because I want us to be clear on who did what. Why was there a need for the Declaration of the Rights of Man, 1760? Because the white serfs asked their noble masters to be accepted as human beings. Then the enlightened black bougie scientists, the intellectual elites, invented human races and placed the whites, the majority of the population, for strategic purposes, at the top of the evolutionary ladder, and the more all the way below, just above the great apes. So I want us to be clear who did what.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the first page of this thing.
See, I can't forget. Because I have an issue, and I'm not talking about the people that don't know this information. Okay? Not talking about you, beloved. I'm talking about the people that do know this information. Okay? Yeah, my stomach growling like hell. Because I ain't ate. So just forgive us, sister, if you hear it growling. So, I'm talking about the people that do know this information, specifically melanated black people. And then you want to scream white supremacy. The white man is the devil. Why was there a need for a Declaration of the Rights of Man, 1760? Because the white serfs asked their noble masters to be accepted as human beings. Then the enlightened black high bougie scientists, the intellectual elite, invented human races and placed the whites, the majority of the population, for strategic purposes. And I'm telling you, those strategic purposes was for a reset.
Yeah, that's what they did.
At the top of the evolutionary ladder, and the more all the way below, just above the great apes. Those people that we see sitting in those quote quote seats today and thrones, it's either one or two things. Either they are descendants from black folk, or they were put in those roles as the face. Okay?
Hey, sis,
Yes, sir.
wasn't there another part where it said something about he ordered the whitening of pictures, and at
Yes.
some point
Yeah, all we got to do
he
is go
applied?
down.
Oh,
hmm
okay.
Because of the restorations like those by Napoleon, it took till the final revolutions of 1848. I want y'all to pay attention to these dates. Okay, so here again, let me back up. The French Revolution didn't the West-Face book we just left say the change of from black to white, or Sean, correct me if
The
I'm not
white,
motherfucker remembering properly and correctly on the book we just left.
yeah, they said that the white bloodlines started creeping in during the French
The
War.
French Revolution.
Revolutionary, yeah, French Revolution.
So we know exactly when it happened. The French Revolution initiated a change and brought the middling classes, the capitalist elite, to power, but little change for the poor working class people. Because of restorations like those by Napoleon, it took till the final revolutions of 1848 that the white Europeans were emancipated and the nobility lost its privileges. Okay. Just read in that other book, same thing about the French Revolution kicked off the change of the face of power from black to white. Okay, now let's get with this doggone what you call it, lightening up these paintings and all of this, whitewashing. The names or ceremonies, governors and slave masters were members of this colored or noble aristocracy. After 1848, history became revisionist, thus painted white. They created a fake whitened history by using whitened, fashionable, and propagandist portraits that were commissioned by the black and brown complexioned elite, who sometimes in real life painted themselves white or bleached their skin. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The book we just left, shit, how come I was thinking about the bleaching of the skin. When we first read this, I did not catch that they was painting their faces white. Did we just not read that in the other book we just left?
Yep, she had makeup.
All right.
Where are you reading at? Where are you reading from? They want to know. I don't know. I was trying to find it
This
too.
the same document
Oh,
that we've been. I just went back to part one.
No, it must have fallen off the screen. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Oh
shit! It's not on the screen. Child, I'm just reading. I'm glad I wasn't scratching and stuff. My bad. Why didn't y'all tell me a sister wasn't sharing? I'm like, my bad, fam.
Trying to read with you, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah, y'all should have told my sister. I thought I had switched over. My bad. Shit. Okay. We back to the original document. by Mr. Codfried. All right, so I don't want y'all to think, well, y'all know I wasn't making this up because I was stumbling on the words. My country ass. So I started here, Declaration of the Rights of Man, 1760, because the white serfs asked their noble masters to be accepted as human beings. Then the enlightened black high bourgeois scientists, the intellectual elite, invented human race and placed the whites, the majority of the population for strategic purposes, at the top of the evolutionary ladder and the Moor all the way below, just above the great apes. Okay, then we went down to the French Revolution. Same thing we just read in another book. Initiated a change and brought the middling classes, the capitalist elite to power, but little change for the poor working class people. Because of the restorations like those by Napoleon, it took the final revolutions of 1848 that the white Europeans were emancipated and the nobility lost its privileges.
Wow.
Okay. So then we gonna go down to the whitewashing. The ceremonies, governors, and slave masters were members of this colored or noble aristocrats. After 1848, history became revisionist, thus painted white. They created a fake whitened history by using whitened, fashionable, and propagandist portraits that were commissioned by the brown and black complexioned elite. So who whitewashed it? Black folks.
Well, that's kind of stupid.
No, it's not stupid. To you, it's stupid. But they knew what they were doing. Because it was the switch of power. Or I put it this way. It was the switch of the illusion of power from black to white.
I hope they have a purpose someplace in here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
You could also look at it as being switching the enemy, taking a break so they don't have to keep fighting. Have somebody else do their conquests and all they work for them, take all the blame.
It's called a hidden hand, people. It's called the hidden hand. It's called the circle within a circle within a circle. That is why we are telling you critically think. It's called a reset. Okay? Who sometimes in real life painted themselves white. We just saw that in another book. That's where that white face paint came from. Or bleach their skins.
Well, how many times have you seen movies where somebody is trying to create this race of beings to go to war for these primitive creatures? I mean, like for instance, what was that, Jekyll Island?
Mm-hmm.
Or the Island of Dr. Moreau?
Yeah, the Island of Dr. I knew what you was talking about. Yep, the Island of Dr. Moreau. Yep.
Because I mean, according to them, according to doctrine that's out there, Yakub created them, right?
Right.
So, I mean, ain't that what he created them for, to be his
Oh,
slaves and his workers?
child, let me clutch my pearls. And that's just all
Because,
mythology, but even in mythology, they telling you what the game is.
yeah, but the point I'm getting to is it all comes back to this specific group who's behind all of this.
Yeah,
I
who
mean,
is?
the lineage
Now,
is laid out, the title is laid out as to their description and everything. Now, I mean, you see it right there. It's the Moors, whether you say it's the dirty Moors or whatever.
mhm.
But right there, it's telling you that it's the Moors that's behind all this.
And don't the Moors say, and this don't have no slight against the Moors that's really on their business. Not talking
No,
about that.
we talk about Moors across the sea. But
Right,
this
right. I
awakening is
just want to be
supposedly taking
clear. I
place
want
over
to be
there.
clear. But isn't the doctrine and more ideology / doctrine, don't they say that they gave the white people the knowledge? Now, please stop me if I am fucking lying on someone. Did they not say
Oh,
they taught white people how to wash their? Cause see,
mhm.
they want to use that as black supremacy. We taught them how to wash their ass, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and motherfucking 6.
That is
Mhm.
crazy.
Yeah, that's
Ooh,
what they said.
And
I know.
I
I
never could
remember that time.
understand that. I'm like, so okay, you means to tell me that white people wasn't on top, that the Moors taught them how to wash up this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. How in the fuck did they get in power? Then it all turns esoteric. Aquarius, because we knew
Yeah,
we
but
was gonna
they
go to sleep, sister. See, we knew we was gonna go to sleep. Motherfucker, I'm gonna ask you again. If you're telling me that you had to take this particular group of people and civilize them, because that's what the fuck you saying, how the fuck they wind up on top and you on the bottom?
That's crazy. I hate it.
It's called critical thinking.
I know it.
I'm not
Sis, but you
slighting
got
that
to
to you.
remember,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
they said they was gonna go to sleep for a while, and then after they woke up, that they servants would give everything back to
Back
them.
over to them.
And
I'm not lying on them. I'm not lying.
they got all the necessary paperwork and seals and everything. They say, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to sign this, you got to change your status, you
Right.
got to do all this. And then once you do all that, then they hand it back over.
Right.
That is blackmail.
Um,
It's called lying through your teeth, or as my grandmother say, a bald face ass lie. That's what it's
Mm, mm,
called.
mm, mm. And they call themselves white.
So I'm just gonna
but
go over that again. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean, because I needs to find this part anyway to go over that. Shit.
Ooh,
I'm not
man,
passing. I'm not passing no judgment on nobody. But it's like y'all see where y'all fucked up at.
Exactly.
You admitted to this. Um, don't y'all got some straightening out to do?
they do it
Don't
quick.
y'all got some business y'all need to be handling? I mean, It's right here in writing and everything, and y'all have confessed it yourself that these are your bastard children. We gonna need
Yeah.
y'all to get your children in
And take
order.
them with you.
I mean, ain't that what Allah would want? I mean, aren't you supposed to be fulfilling your divine purpose? If you're the givers of law and all this, that, and the other that you say, the creators of science and arts and everything that is divine, and you can't straighten out your children?
Mm.
But I digress.
Yeah,
You know,
damn it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I noticed on this letter it was dated 2012. That's
Mm-hmm.
when the black sun was supposed to lose all his power according to the Mayans, right? In
Mm-hmm.
2012.
Mm-hmm. That's when Codfried
Mm.
first published this information. Uh-huh.
So
Very good catch,
maybe,
sis. Very good catch.
yeah, it seems like it may coincide with the end of them in 2012. You know, that they said the world was going to end.
Uh-huh.
So this is what maybe, just maybe, we're thinking the world for the European was going to stop because that was their timeline.
Okay, so that's a very good call out, sis. I want us to look at this again as levels. That Mayan calendar, what they're calling calendar, I said it is a clock.
Yes, it is.
It was about the entire simulation ending.
Yeah.
Okay. And on a grander scale across the cosmos, it is also collapsing various timelines that run concurrently.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that Mayan clock was about or is about the entire realm, not just about Europe and all of that. Now, the energy has shifted,
Mm-hmm.
and some of the density, I talked about the density earlier on this particular planet / simulation, is extremely, extremely dense. It has lightened up a little bit. Okay. So that's why does not surprise me that 2012 Codfried published this information, and he even put together a museum.
Yeah. So you can
Okay,
go
but
look.
let's be clear. It is about the energy. So you know, those are you that are into the Bible, and I'll be the first to say I am not a biblical person at all. With knowing it like the back of my hand, baby, I'm fencing to mess it up. But don't, in the Bible they say about the veil being unlifted.
Lifted, the end of the Gentiles, the
I mean,
fullness of the
right,
Gentiles have
right,
come.
right.
Yeah, and
So
it is a time limit and a bunch of events that's going to be happening at that time.
exactly. And don't the Bible talk about the what do you call it? We say an ascension, but they call it something else in the
The
Bible.
rapture.
Yeah, thank you, sweetie. The
rapture.
rapture. All they're doing is describing the spiritual awakening of the souls in this experience. I'm just going to say that for the slow ones in the back.
That's true. That's true. I get it. But,
okay?
God.
When the Bible is talking about the rapture and all of that and the unlifting of the veil, they're talking about the energy on the planet changing, the simulation being collapsed, and the consciousness of the people rising. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
The Bible doesn't mention human, not once.
Ooh.
Well, if you
But
translated it, Des, that's the translations I had. Remember those verses I
they,
was telling you?
in Black's Law Dictionary, human being is a monster.
Right.
Yeah, I'm human is a monster.
Because didn't up in this paper they
They asked,
they asked to
they
be
asked,
human.
Yeah, they did.
okay.
They did. Remember, as you said that. They
Yeah.
asked to be human. They're Hugh and a man. So they were made from something and they were man too. They wanted to be part man.
Well, we're gonna
I'm
be
just saying,
clear. I'm
with the
sorry, go ahead, Brother
Moors
Sean.
being masters of wordplay, I'm quite sure that was intentionally.
Absolutely. I 1000
Uh-huh.
fucking agree. That's where Brother Sean was going. Because let's be clear. What are the origins of white people?
The Moors over there.
Right, I was gonna see. Why do I hear a rat pissing on cotton? I see his little leg lifting up. Baby, I see his little leg lifting up like a dog and pissing on the cotton. God damn it! I hear the rat pissing on cotton.
This is Deuteronomy.
So we not finna sit up here and say they aliens and they was dropped off from XYZ 4, 5, 6, and 7. It's just genes. That's a derivative of black. It's albinism. Okay? And the black folk felt that the albinism was below them. Okay. So let's be clear. The ceremonies, governors, and slave masters were members of these colored or noble aristocrats. After 1848, history became revisionist, thus painted white. They created a fake white history by using whitened, fashionable, and propagandist portraits that were commissioned by the brown and black complexion elite, who sometimes in real life painted themselves white or bleached their skin. Yeah, I know.
It's hard to take.
Child, that's why, again, come up out of that density.
I know. I mean, the time
Need
is
y'all to
gone
jump on
already.
that like button.
Wait, what Sean say? Damn, that density for that. Jump on that like button.
They ain't getting this no place else.
No, you
So,
never get this.
Brother Sean say the ancestors say. Now, who did what when? Yeah, that's what I thought.
And he said, the Moors said we fell in 1776. Remember that, Brother Sean? And that's the day they claimed that they took over and won the wars and stuff in 1776.
And even that was, as my grandma say, a bald-faced ass lie.
Yeah, that's true.
Because even the folks that fought the Revolutionary War were black people.
Right.
I personally have an ancestor on record as being blackity black black, blackity black 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 black. I was trying to pull this book, y'all, by Lee Cummings on the Revolutionary War. That was all black people.
Brother Scotty, you in the house?
So if the Moors
what about
said
the
that,
Indian Wars?
it thought that too. So it's been a whole lot of line going around up and through here. We can't
make a
point the
point.
fingers at white folks when black folks are lying through their teeth as well. Now, I'm not talking about the people that don't know, because when you don't know, you don't know. I'm talking about those that do.
Yeah, I got mine too.
Okay?
Mm.
The merit of the blue blood theory is deconstruction, revisionism in history, and deconstruction of racism against blacks, which was caused by cruel but civilizing and Christianing oppression. Whites fear and hate blacks because blacks once ruled over them. Racism is liberation ideology. Like I told y'all, it is a script. Okay? Now, to the Pan-Africans, you do your thing, baby. But if you want to use skulls and bones and baby this, that, and the third, you better understand where the origins of that stuff came from. It was all put in play as part of a major reset of shifting the power, or the face of power, let me be accurate. The face of power from black to white. Okay, that's why the more they dig on this planet, the further back they dig, the blacker it gets. All right. Let me go back. Sorry, y'all. I know I'm making y'all dizzy. My bad.
No, you're not. We too frozen to look. Like,
I got my other computer up. That's your computer because I see it scrolling.
No, I see you scrolling.
Okay, you see it. Okay, because I know sometimes when I see content creators do that, I have to look away because I'm like, oh, I'm getting dizzy.
No, I wasn't even looking at it because we were too frozen from the other stuff.
I'm sorry. Oh, I see what you're saying, sis. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I wonder if the further they go back, the greener or the bluer shit get.
Very well could be. Because we certainly know that the atmosphere had to be a lot different because we had those ancient trees which were not carbon based. They are silicon based.
Mm-hmm.
Hence, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
And if we were at those higher frequencies, just looking at nature, when the grass dies, it turns what color?
Brown.
If at one time in our history we were green and or blue, this is us vibrating at our lowest frequency.
Damn. Hold on. Say that again. Let me get ready for the little explosion. I want you to say that again, Brother Sean.
I think I got what you just said, too.
If at some point we were blue and or green, and us being brown, copper, whatever now, we vibrating at our lowest frequency.
Right.
Or maybe not. I mean, then there's the whole albinism thing.
Mm-hmm.
And other forms that are devoid of that particular frequency of melanin. There's something to think about.
No, that's a good point. And shout out to, and he's an ancestor now, Dr. Dilbert Blair, He was really my first introduction into metaphysics. I really, really learned a lot from him.
I
And
listened to him too.
he was the first one that called out that the movie Avatar was about Earth.
Us. Mhm. You kind of can see that in Psalms 91.
What it
It's
say,
kind of
sis? Because you know my ass don't know.
well, it says his feathers, his wings. He talked about the creator, the protector, his feathers and wings, and so when I was watching the new Avatar movie that's coming out, and I was reading Psalms 91, I said, "What? Feathers and wings?" And then they talk about the fowl, with this bird type stuff, and the avatars are like birds. It says, let's see where is it? Let's see, am I in the right? Nope, I'm not in the right one.
Okay, and as you're doing that, LAC says avatars. Yeah, even that they were putting us up on game. Right at that, Avatar was pretty much telling us that we were in a simulation anyway.
Yeah, it says, surely he shall deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the perilous pestilence. He shall cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you shall take refuge. So when I read that, and who's going to give us refuge? Who's going to cover us with his feathers? And I was thinking it was the turkey feathers because we use feathers. But when I saw that avatar, I said, he has wings, he has feathers. He was supposed to be our ancestors in the beginning, according to, Dr. Blair and those guys. I said, wow, that's who they're talking about in this scripture here. And a fowl is a bird type creature.
Okay, I'm not getting a connection, but okay.
I mean, if somebody's gonna, what they say, the Lord. We always saying the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. But if you read the description of the so-called Lord, it's a feathery creature with wings, and they fly. And that's what Psalms is saying here. Psalms 91.
Okay. Okay, I see where you're going with that.
Instead of that Lord that comes down as serfs and slaves, because that's what the meaning of it is, like a serf, the Lord. But in 91, they kind of describe what he looks like the avatar. I picked the avatar out of that once I saw an avatar in the new avatar that's coming out on today. It's coming out today.
Casey
Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, like Quetzalcoatl. Feathered serpent or flying bird. Yeah.
Okay. Casey Finest says, like a leaf on a tree turns brown in the fall. So she's referring back to
the fall.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay.
American.
All right. Yeah. So, let me get back to this because I want to make sure. Okay. God. So, in conclusion, I note that already on the basis of Eurocentric studies such as Berenstein's, we find inconsistencies that point to the presence of historical elitist Black Europeans and attempts to leave this in doubt or actively conceal it. Works such as Black Athena point to the African roots of Greek civilization, of which the Greeks made no secret. I think we went over this, but we'll go over it again. Yeah, that's okay, because it was good stuff. Aristotle, hundreds of works are said to be mere copies of textbooks from the renowned Pharaonic Library of Alexandria. Aristotle was apparently a publisher and a mythical figure. Now, I don't want to take that lightly. That's interesting. So instead of being a person, it was a publisher. Knowledge of Greek civilization and its black roots survived outside of Europe and was rediscovered in the Renaissance thanks to black and colored Europeans who became an elite. Because of a poem by Belle Van Zullen and the makeup and wig fashion, I situate a historical revisionism in the middle of the 18th century in which the white type of people was declared superior, while the black roots and ancestors of Europe were denied. So again, we're seeing a theme here where the face of power changed from black to white. The 18th century was really when the white face started sitting on these thrones. Black and elite Europeans of color were forced to accept this in word and deed by wearing white makeup and blonde wigs, but also by making grotesque statements against the black type under racist pressure. We see this in the Black David Hume and the Pitch Black Voltaire, among others. We still live under this revisionism that denies the black roots of Europe and hides the black European elite, including William of Orange. This is very undesirable because it forms the basis of the delusion among white Dutch people that they are biologically and intellectually superior to black and colored Dutch people.
Colored.
Or would be more civilized to colored peoples. We who live here and can observe everything up close and in details don't see an ounce of, woo, child, he came out swinging. And we don't see an ounce of superiority among white people. They are no less than blacks, but certainly not better.
No, they're not.
Rather, their predominant genocidal hatred fueled by education and media against the other is striking. In Eurocentric science, which is mainly concerned with colonization and plunder and denial, it is very important to categorize humanity. Its sole purpose is to divide peoples and play them off against each other and to dominate, oppress, and exploit them. This policy applies to Africa and Asia, but also domestically, where populations are separated by emphasizing ethnicity and religion. By magnifying and exaggerating the differences, and then to hang government policy and subsidies on it. In this content, the call for integration is just a racist cover to oppress black and colored Dutch citizens, to keep whites and blacks ignorant of historical black Europeans. Okay, so I'm going to have to translate this into English because this was in Dutch.
Yeah.
So as I'm doing this little translation, any thoughts? Brother Sean, Sister Sandra, where's the translation?
You know, I thought that the whole purpose of this experiment, maybe one of them, maybe just not all of it, but from the beginning is because of the cruelty of the black Europeans to the white creation.
Oh, come on, do tell more. Why the hell I can't find the translation?
But if you turn it around, once the white creations got the power, they have created a lot of genocide of the melanated or black person. And they have been as cruel, if not crueler, than the black Europeans.
You think they were crueler?
In my opinion.
You think they were crueler?
Or cruel as, if not crueler. I just
okay.
I don't
Okay,
know
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I don't know if it's equal. I can't. Cruelness is a different vocabulary for me
That's
because
okay. That's okay. And I
yeah.
just was playing the other side of the coin.
Oh,
So
devil's advocate.
yeah, devil's advocate, absolutely. You know I'm good for that, and it's for a purpose, not to pick and start some mess, but it's to further facilitate a conversation and to spark critical thinking. That's why I always do that.
Yeah, and then they say the sole purpose is to divide peoples and to play them off each other, and that's what they're doing today. Even with this reset, they're playing like when I was in the hospital. Carmen, she said the new Mexicans they're shipping in look down on them. I heard that. I said, "Oh, okay." I didn't make a comment to, the ones that are coming in through the borders now versus the
Mm-hmm,
ones that's
mm-hmm.
already existing. And then when they were
So
in
they
the
already starting with the foolery.
yeah, and in New York where they were giving out the turkey, they would only
Mm-hmm.
give it to the immigrant and not to the people that were already existing and didn't have any turkeys. They already started all that
Exactly.
dividing.
So isn't that a pattern?
Yeah, it is a pattern.
So I'm going to, because you really said something that sparked something in my brain. You started out by saying you kind of was saying that why did the switch from the black to the white? Was it because the blacks were mistreating the whites? Is
That's what
why
they
it
said on the
had to
first
be?
page.
I'm sorry, that's what they said on what?
First page.
Oh, okay. You was basing it on
Yes.
what he said. So
Right.
I'm finna be devil's advocate, and I'll never forget this. It was on a live, and it's going over some Black European stuff, and somebody was on a panel, and they were like, "So, are you saying that this is karma, or this is get back for Black folks mistreating white people?" And that question was never answered. It was kind of brushed over. So we're going to take this to the spiritual perspective, because remember, at the core of this, we are the trueness of this all. We are souls having a physical experience, and we are also observers at a soul level.
Mm-hmm.
So could it be a part of the experience or the simulation was to switch these roles just to see how the souls would play it out?
To change their vibration to act better, to go back to the avatar stage of perfection almost. Maybe. Because I don't know how you can tell that other than how you have your experience in this simulation, because some were treated really, 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 really bad. My family wasn't treated really bad, in this simulation. And a lot of us, it's just, I think that would kind of how much karma you receive, basically, what I'm trying to say.
Wise one. You're getting there. You're getting
Yeah.
there. This is where I'm going with that.
Yeah,
Have
'cause,
you ever, I know I have. Have you ever made a mistake and you keep making that motherfucking mistake over and 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 over again, and it's like you wasn't motherfucking getting it?
No.
And your higher self is saying, In this
You ain't gonna get it.
3D density experience, you're still not getting it. So you're going to keep looping until you get the fucking experience you need to get out of it. Okay. That's what people talk about, karma and having karmatic relationships. And it be the same motherfucking experience with a different goddamn face.
Mhm.
I'm just putting that out there.
But like Razzle says, I think she said,
I mean, you use critical thinking. Use critical thinking, Razzle. You are a soul. Well, I'll take that back. You feel and be whatever you want to be. I am a soul having an individual experience. And if I'm not getting the lessons that I set out to get, I'm going to keep experiencing it. This is not putting a blanket on an entire race.
it shouldn't. And that's what they seem to have done.
So I'm going to restate this again. This is just a hypothetical. Could it be that built into this simulation, this whole concept of race, domination, scarcity, slavery, conquering, it's a script.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
How are you as a soul going to interact in this particular script? It's just a thought. Just bringing it up a level. Because all I'm saying is, based on the information, we see patterns. So it don't matter if it's the blacks in power, don't matter if it's the whites
No, it
in
doesn't.
power.
It's tit for tat.
It's tit for tat.
That's what they did.
Now,
They
in
did
my
too.
mindset, that's a script.
Yep.
How
do
are
tit for
you as a soul interacting with that script? It's just a thought. You could take it for what you want to take it for. But that was a great point, Sis Sandra. Okay, sorry, I can't find a little translation button. I know it's here somewhere. Damn it, on this
Hey,
little
sis,
sentence. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I don't think it's tit for tat.
What you think?
I think that if the doctrine is true and who created them and why they created them, all they doing is fulfilling their purpose.
Ooh.
They're following the
Fulfilling.
program.
Okay.
They're the NPOs, NPAs, PPCs, NPCs.
Some of them are NPCs. I'll give you that. But NPCs don't control. I'll put it this way: NPCs don't control, nor are they creating these programs. All an NPC can do is just be that one little role. NPCs do not have souls.
That may be the answer right there.
Because
they do.
again, but NPCs are not, they don't have the, okay, let's back it up. See, I learned this from the menses, because I'm not a gamer. Okay, so y'all put me up on the game what gaming is with the NPCs. Baby, it took me a lot. I'm like, now what is it in something? NPCs, Rhonda.
I just learned
baby,
it from
now
Brother
what
Scotty.
it is again? Shit.
I
Ain't
don't
it
know what the
forget?
role is that.
I
don't know
didn't
what the
forget
role is.
that it did. Look at this as a video game.
I don't play with
Who
it.
controls the game?
The one with the handle.
Are NPCs with the handle? Who's navigating and playing the game? Okay. Okay, MX plus Black Sea. What the fuck is an NPC? See, baby, don't feel bad. Baby, let me tell you something. When they was like an NPC, I said, baby,
Non-playable character.
non-playable character. So in the video game, you have, so let's say me, Sean, and Sis Sandra, we all playing the same video game at the same time. They are a main character. I'm a main character. But you have like avatars within the game. Let's say it's a lady walking down the street. And she always gonna walk down that street that same way. Those are NPCs. Okay? The control, where I'm going with this is those with the controller playing the game. So me, Sis Sandra, and Sean, we are the souls. We are the organic souls playing within the simulation, which is the video game. This is why you're going to see me switch back and forth between spirituality and the information we go on. But try to just spark your thinking. Okay, but that was a good point, Sis Sandra. I totally got where you came from, because that's not the first time that question has come up. And every time it comes up, well, is this some sort of karma? Because there was like blacks in power. You can hear a rat piss on cotton again. The rat lifting his little leg, pee-peeing on the cotton. Don't nobody want to answer that motherfucker.
I know what the scriptures say it is.
What the scriptures say.
You gonna get mad.
Okay, and you yes, my plus Black, the Matrix. You got it, beloved. Absolutely. This is a matrix. It's a simulation.
It is.
We're just a soul having a physical experience, or what we're calling the physical experience. It's an illusion.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, you don't have to tell me, sis. I just thought you had it.
Oh no, I know. It's in Deuteronomy, because it tells you what's going to happen to you because of your disobedience.
Okay, I smell scripting. I smell scripting.
It's a script. It's a script. They wrote it out for you. They sure did. They wrote it out when it's going to end too. And who's going to be in play at that time? That's in Isaiah.
Okay.
And Revelations.
All right.
God, that's crazy.
Yeah, okay. I know we went on the esoteric side. Okay, so I'm going to start this particular one, and then we'll see how far we will get. Oh, child, I'm not trying to butcher this man's name. Pierre Alexander. I ain't finna enunciate the last name because I'm fencing to butcher it. Okay.
Peru.
Oh, Peru.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is it Peru?
Du Peru.
Okay. And child, I don't have I can't find a translator right now, so I don't even know what that's saying. Okay.
That's swish. I don't know that's. I don't know that language. Du Peru, it's French. Pierre and Galen du Peru.
Yeah, every time that Pierre, I'm like, I know that's Pierre is French. Yeah. Okay. So in my treaty on Marie Suzanne de Plessis, I come to a kind of Solomon's judgment on the dispute between the descendants of the Syrianese slaves and the Syrianese slave masters. Both groups were Syrianese with a Syrianese language and culture and identity. Dutch writers who write comprehensively from their own needs and worldview let the nation building of Suriname began in 1863, 200 years after the first colonization. A Surinese approach considers the Republican revolt of Republican planters against the Republic of 1742 to 1753 as a more realistic starting point. Also, by comparing it with the struggle of the American colonists, who from the beginning of the 18th century began to feel American, rebelled in 1760 and declared their independence from England in 1772. Okay, so shout out. I will bring I got to look for the book. Child, I know I got it around here. Shout out to Brother Lee Cummings, who dropped a book on the American Revolution, and he goes into his research, how all of them folks were blackety black. So I'm going to dig through, and I'll have some excerpts for us to go over that next week. Okay? An aspect of the Surinamese identity that could not be ignored was that the different origins of the British, French, or Germans were not an obstacle, and that they enthusiastically mixed with each other. Also, where the administration forbade legal marriages, men entered into formal conveniences marriages of agreed lengths of time with black and colored women. As we know it among Shiites. In this type of marriage, the man could already be married in the Republic, or the woman could be a slave. This is the famous Surinamese marriage mentioned by Stedman in his manuscript in 1792, but was omitted by the publisher in the 1796 edition. For reasons of his own, and that is one reason why I introduced the concept of centritism. I was already tongue-tied in the beginning. European writers and publishers yesterday and today have their own needs, obsessions, and traumas in describing their own history. And they do not have to be the same motives for the persons and the people they describe. Okay. Now, I find it interesting that he talks about the intermarrying of the British, the French, the Germans with black and colored women. What I'm saying are the early British, French, or Germans were black also. So you're talking the black Europeans marrying the black Indian women. Okay, and you're talking about them being slaves, meaning them Indians that were conquered or lost the war. And a lot of these black Europeans put them on paper, their wives, as slaves to save them from going into actual slavery. Okay. So that's very, very interesting paragraph. But because, we, well, over here anyway, understand the true concept of slavery, and because we understand that those early immigrants from Europe were black, it makes sense to us that the British, French, and Germans were marrying black women, okay? And those of us that do our genealogy, that's why we can see, and I'm not saying everybody's story is different, okay? But from my family lineage, I could see the black European men marrying the American black Indians.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Okay. All right.
It says,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
that sentence up there where it say the American colonists from the beginning of the 18th century began to feel American, failed in 1760 and declared their independence from England in 1772. What's it like to feel American? They began to feel American and then decided to rebel. You see it?
Yeah, I don't know what he means by began to feel American. To me, it was like business deals gone bad. And it's like, I done been over here. I'm married to an American Indian woman. My babies are American Indian and part European. And you coming over here with this bad business deal, you shitting on my family. So we finna arm up, nigga. That's what we finna do. Cause you messing with me and mines. Now that's just what I think.
Yeah, they got over here and got to seeing how good it is over here, and they like, fuck going back there.
Yeah, they wasn't finna go back over there because they were starving.
Like, we got it. That's how they don't keep it. That's
Got
what
over
they
here
say.
eating good, smoking good. Because you do
Lying
know
good.
weed came from the Americas, right? I just want y'all
yeah,
to
of
know.
course.
Okay.
Cocaine too?
Right? Oh, see, sis. Well, goddamn, sis, I wasn't here. I was gonna say, the coca leaf came over here. So I'm not trying to accuse the ancestors of getting cocaine on, but goddamn it, I know they was on that weed because we had to teach the Europeans how to grow weed. As a matter of fact, weed was one of the
Tobacco.
exports that they had to set aside a certain ration of weed to be sent back to Europe. So we talking the actual marijuana, Mary Jane plant, as well as the other components, the hemp. Okay, so I like to throw that in there, okay? Yeah, you're gonna give America our props, goddammit.
Maybe that's how they began to feel like America.
And those of you that dab in the coca, goddammit, that came from the Americas too.
Well,
Yeah.
give me the chocolate. Give me the Mayan chocolate. I'm cool with that. I can feel good. I like chocolate.
Okay, so they got over here, was eating good, smoking good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm chilling with my old lady, this, that, and the third. We got babies, and you coming over here with this bullshit, with this taxation, this, that, and the third. Now you making life difficult. We was chilling, basically. Shit, what the fuck you around here talking? Now we finna arm up. That's what we finna do. Yeah. We finna arm up. Cause now, see, you're infringing on me and mines. Now that's just Rhonda's interpretation of that sentience. If that's a good call out, Brother Sean. Okay, so for Americans to ain't be shit, and specifically for Black Americans to ain't be shit, everybody and they mommy baby been trying to be over in this bitch for a very long time. So you could talk about the bonnets, you can talk about the ghetto-ness of it all. You can talk about the degeneracy. And I'm not even saying I agree with the degeneracy, because I absolutely don't. Not the fact that the bonnets, I'm talking about the degrading of the culture, the stripping of putting family first, having values, having character, having morals. But let's be crystal motherfucking clear. What you not finna do is say you motherfuckers ain't benefited from the Americas. And benefiting from the Americas means you are benefiting from the backs of my motherfucking ancestors. So whether or not it's bonnets, putting one in the air, and even a goddamn degeneracy that I don't agree with. Let's be clear! Everybody around this planet wants to be over here. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it. And remember, as you putting it in your pipe and smoking it, whether it be that tobacco or some marijuana, bitch, you got that from the Americas too. So don't come over here and play with me. Now back to the regularly scheduled program. Shit. All right. An aspect of we talked about that, coming over, marrying, this, that, and the third. We talked about that. For reasons of his own, and that one reason why I introduced the concept of, I couldn't even pronounce that, Zero-nimcentrism. European writers and publishers yesterday and today have their own needs, obsessions, and traumas in describing their own history, and they do not have to be the same motives for the persons and the peoples they describe. Modern research suggests that the poor image of the Catholic Inquisition is probably more related. Oh, now this is interesting, y'all. It's probably more related to the Dutch Reformation that opposed Spanish rule and Catholicism. And to justify the oppression of Catholics in the Netherlands. For example, it is plausible that both John Stedman and Voltaire had a bone to pick with the Dutch in their literary works, and therefore, painted a more negative picture of the Ceremonese planters, so much so that Ceremonese people today cannot see past the graphically depicted atrocities. In my treatise, I indicated that at least two of the specific accusation of serial murder by Stedman against Marie Suzanne de Plessis. I didn't translate. wasn't able to grab that last translation. My bad. Now I don't know where the hell the translation is. So I'm getting horsed up. So we're gonna pick back up here next week. Okay. Let me highlight this and save. Okay, just making sure it's saved. All right. Let me okay. Let me come back. All right, so with all of that said, we're gonna start winding down. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
I think this is wonderful. I think it's absolutely wonderful. After I wanted to punch somebody out, never mind. It was pretty good. It was really good to find out that the DNA, that my heritage that I've been tracing, is spot on. It's spot on. They hit it. They hit it so well. Really, really, really good. But and they always put us, in Africa, in poverty and everything that we do. And I'm just so grateful that this is coming out now for us. It's in the mainstream. You didn't put it out there. Thank you so much. Because we've studied it in pieces over the years with you.
Yeah.
And this is really complexly put together with very good knowledge for most people to follow. And I can't say anybody's going to agree with it that's not melanated. They'll probably say it's not true. I haven't looked at the comments because they probably cuss you out every time you read this kind of stuff. But the truth of the matter is, if anybody has any questions, KW was here tonight. She didn't say too much, but she did make
I
a
didn't
comment.
even see. Shout out to
Yeah, she was here.
KW, our cousin from the I think in the UK, right? Yeah.
Yes,
The
UK.
UK. Shout out to KW. Good to see our
Yeah,
cousin from across the pond.
she was very informative because I had looked at the crest already some years ago. And I thought it was just, somebody put it up there for fun, for a wedding or something. This is how people make up stuff like that.
Right.
So that's what I thought it was. But but I did see the pictures. And one of them pictures looked like one of my nephews. And I said, oh my God. So years ago I had seen it. And so with this, I'm like, wow, I can understand a lot now. But I still understand how they wrote the script in the Bible. I wouldn't say it's ordained by God, but I could see where these these sweet scientists put it together for us to, follow that, because they gave lots of clues. They gave lots of clues, but I can't. If people don't listen to this, I can't explain it to them. I won't
And
try.
it wouldn't matter if they did. Sis Nonya said they think we crazy, Sis Sandra, when we speak to people about this.
Yeah,
Baby,
they
I
do.
don't even go there with people. That's on them. I put out the information and I keeps it pushing.
I stopped giving out information. I used to text people and give them the okey
Child.
doke on who we are. Girl, if I send out a text, they be lucky. I don't even call them. Because, if people wants to put their heads in the sand and have their booty sticking out like an ostrich, you're going to get it knocked off.
It is what it is. And in people's defense, everybody's at different levels.
Vibrating.
Yeah. And it is what it is. And who am I to try to force feed someone the information? You put it out there, and if it resonates with people, it does. Or at a minimum, if they get so pissed off, they're like, well, F this, I'm finna go research it myself. That's another aspect of it.
Well, that'll be good. That'll be good.
But
Instead of just throw you
again, I'm not stressing over that. People will get it when they get it. If they don't, they don't. Okay. But out of all of this, I would want us to expand upon our knowledge on a grander cosmic scale, what this is really all about.
Right.
Okay.
I
Because
mean,
if from a spiritual perspective, you
Yeah,
don't. You're gonna still be stuck in density.
yeah, because if you feel at peace with yourself and how you live this existence, and you have done your best to be fair to everybody, no matter what your your past people have done, I think we did a good thing. Because righteousness versus evil, to me, is better than, that karma for doing wrong.
And
Uh,
your soul has, and good point.
Peace.
I'm exactly, and I'm not discrediting at all what you're saying, and I'm just I'm just flipping it to more of the spiritual side, because your soul is done with lower density shit.
Yeah, I don't need to deal with
And
this
when
stuff
your
no more.
soul is done with lower density shit, you don't give a damn what nobody else say. You don't give a damn what nobody else thinks about you. You're going to walk the path that your soul set out to do. That's what this is about.
Exactly. Instead of revenge, I've lived in peace. I don't try to, because we have to do 150 versus they 90 on things, and jobs and living, everything. It was twice as hard for us as a group of people to get ahead on this plane. But I live in peace because
In
I
this
know that
particular reset, it was
is in
harder.
this it
Let's
was
be
harder
specific, because
in
now
this
we know
particular
more.
reset.
In this
Hmm.
particular reset, it has been harder for black and brown. But I'm going to say again, because I flipped it to the spiritual aspect, I'm doing this for a purpose. When your soul is tired of the density and the low vibration, you don't give a fuck what nobody think, what you think about this bullshit. Because you're walking your particular spiritual path and journey.
Right.
And that's going to require you, more than likely, to stand on your own.
Like the Moors used to say, stand on your square.
Stand on your square. Or like the youngins came up with, stand on business, or baby, I think that's what that baby said, stand on business.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's
When you
what
done
this is
all the
about.
best you could do. When you done the best you could
Because
do, still stand.
otherwise,
You be all mad. Low vibrations.
you're just in the density,
Mm-hmm. Playing the
and you're
game.
ganging up on the side.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be locked into a doctrine or locked into a certain lifestyle. And you have to make that determination. Is that elevating your consciousness or your soul? Is that your purpose?
Yeah, yeah.
I
You have to
don't
let
ever
go.
want us to forget that.
And they do
Okay?
have doctrines for you to choose.
All right.
They do have
So with
lots of
that
them.
said, Brother Sean, you
Yeah.
have any last words for the family?
Well, well, healing, the work y'all don't want to put in.
Come on, well.
It's necessary to bring yourself into balance.
Right. So
You talk about these
proving
higher
ground.
frequencies, downloads, and these energies coming in. But is your body equipped to deal with it? If you refuse to heal, if you refuse to let go of all this bullshit and fuckery, it's gonna keep you in the frequency where you can't put in your work. You can't keep making up excuses. You can't keep falling back into old patterns. You talk about change, you have to be that change.
Absolutely.
If you're talking about higher frequencies, your actions have to be on higher frequencies. But at the same time, you can't let nobody step on you.
Absolutely.
You have every right to defend yourself. That's what that dark side of your nature is for. Not for you to live there, but for you to handle business. And
Indeed. All right, Brother Sean, did you get kicked off?
All of a sudden he stopped.
I know. He must have got kicked off. Just real quick.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yeah,
now. Go
they-
ahead. You stopped. I didn't know if you was
I don't
done.
know why.
Yeah.
And we have to put in that work on self.
Absolutely.
We can't be of any benefit to each other if we aren't of any benefit to self. You'll know who you align with and what to do by simply putting in your work on your healing.
Exactly.
It's necessary. You can't go to war unhealthy. If you're an athlete and you got a
Like I
bum
said.
ankle, you have to sit out till your ankle heals. Same thing, no matter what the injury is, whether it's a mental injury, a spiritual infliction,
Exactly.
you have to heal. No, we ain't playing. But
No.
in order for them to know that, you have to be who and what you are. Not that anything has changed you from being who and what you are. Your perspective and action has to align
Exactly.
with who and what you are. I love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Wholeness and power.
Thank
Look
you,
at
Brother
you.
Sean. Love you too. Just real quick, I was just gonna get the joke out, Sis Nonya put out there. Child, she said, let's be honest. This simulation is like a weird Tubi movie. I can't with you. Child, y'all know them Tubi movies.
Yeah, they funny.
Child, all the way
I haven't seen them
messed
in a
up,
while.
bootleg. That was funny, sis. That was really, really funny. All right, fam. I don't have any more to add than again, this is about your personal experience. Again, I can't tell you what your experience should be. I can't tell you what your soul purpose should be. I can't break down for you, the traumas, the situation, generational agreements, the generational curses within your lineage. I can't
Yeah.
do that for you. Okay? You have to figure that out for yourself. All I am doing is sharing some of my experience and putting the information out there. Okay? And just encouragement. Because if you can sit and digest this information, in my opinion, that means your soul is recognizing this information. And your soul, which is your higher self, is waiting on your avatar 3D density self to connect the two.
Yeah.
Okay? To step into your purpose and maybe collapse timelines, break generational curses, clear family lineages and names, if that's what your sole purpose is, okay? But you can do it. I'm not even saying it's going to be easy. No, it ain't easy. But let's flip that shit. For you as an organic soul to even be all up and through this 3-density experience, by default, you have to be a pretty powerful soul, because this is one of the roughest simulations. It's very dense, very dense. So in other words, you're built for this. And the only way you're going to come out of this, you got to know thyself. And by knowing thyself, what I'm meaning, because I know that's a cliche that's thrown the fuck around all the time, you have to be authentic with yourself. You gotta put down the motherfucking mask and make a decision what you want to do. That's how you see through the density. Now, if you don't want to do that, that's your experience also. Play on, player. Do you. Again, this is about, hopefully, but I can't tell you that for sure, only you know, being authentically you. Okay? And you can do it. So with that said, thank you to the YouTube family chat. Appreciate you. Let me give y'all kudos. Thank you to the YouTube family chat.
Yeah.
Thank you to the YouTube family listeners.
Good info. Good info.
Thank you to Sis Sandra. Thank you to Brother Sean. Okay. Right. And thank you to Mr. Codfried for this great information. We truly, truly appreciate it. Truly, truly appreciate it.
How many more pages?
Huh?
How many more pages is
Oh,
that?
let me
It's like-
see. And child,
it's
you know
almost like
he
he wrote
came
a
out
book.
with a another one. I'm gonna go through that one and see. Child, we only on page 14.
Oh, just 14.
out of 113.
Ooh, wee.
I know.
He got a lot to say. Well,
That's because remember,
bless
that's what
his
made me
heart.
do this series. Because remember, we
Bless
did a
his
whole
heart.
show off of one page. I'm like, y'all know we only got through one page. Y'all like, wait a minute, what?
130, sister. Oh my God! Well, bless his heart, because he's sure
He's laying it out.
A lot of wisdom to us. You know what we put together. He's just putting a period to it.
Right. And just to make sure that folks don't think this man and just woke up out of his Dutch bed to make this shit up, we brought in other source materials. A material.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So we'll be back next week, fam. I wish everybody well. Love up on yourself, regardless of whatever state you in. Okay? So even if you ain't where you want to be, still love up on yourself. And just know you can get to where you want to be. You can do it. All right? So with that said, we'll be back next Thursday. We are Truth Uncompromised, and we're out of here, fam. Peace and love.
Peace and love.